Let's do it. I was hoping for a cutscene. I was hoping for a cutscene, damn it. Maybe it plays here. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Be quiet, everyone. Sit down.
Have elevated their business into a booming global economy. Dark money, goods and services are crossing borders like never before. Criminal entrepreneurs use next-gen social profiling to recruit from all walks of life, offering irresistible opportunity for personal riches, radical belief, or twisted pleasure. This approach creates the ultimate distributed organizational structure, almost impossible to unravel. A spreading cancer of ordinary people doing unspeakable things. No one is above suspicion. Made up of autonomous cells, they are everywhere, all but impossible for law enforcement to do anything about. Clients looking for justice are lining up, but with no names to the contracts. So this time, a little more footwork is needed, 47. Our MO is to identify trusted syndicate members, take them out, and analyze the ripples in their digital footprints. With enough input, we'll be able to track down the leaders and shut down the syndicates one at a time. I'll leave you to prepare.
Oh my god, stop people talking. Be quiet, all of you. I told you to be quiet. Settle down. Oh, so I turned up the volume for the cutscene. As a freelancer. As a freelancer, your goal is to unravel crime networks by taking and eliminating syndicate members all over the world. Every step has its own risk. One misstep and you may lose your head, hard-earned progress, and the leaders will slip away to continue the crimes unpunished. But your move is build and maintain your gear arsenal, expand your safe house, bring the syndicates down. Wait, what? Excuse me? This is Diana be like, don't forget to set up your Fiverr. I cannot believe you said that. What? That is funny because he's a freelancer now. Oh my god. You have to set up your Fiverr 47. Jesus Christ, man. That's a pin right there. Let me pin that.
You know, that actually is
Pretty funny. Thank you, Joke. Let's do it. Pretty sure contract killing is against the Taj though. Oh, and Fiverr? It's fine, we're willing to take a risk. Hey man, gotta make a business somewhere. Hopefully Fiverr's okay with it. Can I pull my camera? Oh my god, I can. I'm gonna hang that one on the fridge.
Welcome to your safe house, 47. A new center of
Why are you
operation
so quiet?
where you can prepare for your freelance missions and collect yourself between assignments. You'll need it, because as a freelancer, rest is a scarce resource. These assignments will prove to be amongst your most demanding yet.
What is she saying?
Creativity and love.
Yeah, speak up, Diana.
As even a single misstep can suddenly end a perfect run. To be blunt, you're on your own from start to finish. Everything is at stake. I know this is quite a challenge, but if anyone is cut out for this job, it's you. Good luck, 47.
The man, this is already sick. Race to the end of the campaign chapter. Well, I know you're you're already gonna win. Yes, well, I'm gonna take my sweet time and probably get distracted along the way and everything. I mean, it's not really much of a race. Campaigns. A freelancer goes to complete campaigns by limiting members of crimes that could use that campaigns on mission table. Here we'll definitely get distracted. Exactly. See, the gov knows. Nope, I don't know anything about this. I know nada about it. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing at all. But it's not really much of a race, because, yeah, you know. Gonna take my sweet, sweet time. And I hope I fail along the way, because I hope it's difficult. And I hope I fail, because I want this to last as long as possible. I have a good time with it, and learn it again. And get the hang of Hitman again. All I know is you're gonna get distracted. Yeah, you're right. Like, for all we know, in an hour, we're probably gonna be distracted by the Big Mac Journal or something again. By the McDonald's Big Mac Journal. So, either way, I'm just hoping, I just here for a good time, take my sweet time, hope it's a nice challenge, and hope we fail along the way, and that we don't just one-shot everything, because otherwise, I don't know, it'd be too boring. This is nice music here, though. Is that a campaign? Whoa, wait, what is that? Enable hardcore mode. Ooh. I don't know what that is. Oh, I can't run here. I'm forced to do this. Probably. Yeah. I'll probably get distracted by something in like an hour or two. Gonna get derailed. Syndicate contracts. Campaigns consist of 4 syndicate contracts. At the mission table, you choose which crime syndicate you wish to pursue by selecting a syndicate contract. This is for campaigns. Syndicate contracts rise in difficulty. The bomb of the specialist, the agent, the bully, the sergeant, the executioner, the dispatcher, the meter. I was gonna go for the agent until I saw this one. The bully? Big Pharma. Yeah, let's go for the bully. Sick game. So can I read it first? I think I can. Syndicate type. Each syndicate contract has a different syndicate type, which rewards different playstyles. I think syndicate contract detailed information will be available to you for each specific mission. I can't read them all. Okay. MO, orchestrating occult ceremonies and death marches, exotic entertainment for the rich. Custom tailored revenge plots for sale. And Imperial Unlimited. Syndicate type, sick games. The MOD syndicate change all the time, making the potential objectives completely unpredictable. Only by activating the syndicate contract reveal this specific vulnerability. Panic. Oh yeah, stuck in a bit of a dilemma. You don't know if you want to stay here and watch us play through it, or if you want to stream yourself and continue some more. I mean, I'd say go for a little bit. Play a little bit more. Because well, we're probably gonna be here for a long time. Jesus. Potential objectives. Do not get caught. Pacify guard, concussive explosive. Blind target, blind guard, destroy cameras, destroy civilians recorder. Eliminate guard with staple distract target. Yeah, see what the gov said. You know, you can go play, like, I don't know, for 3 hours or so, and then come back and I'm still here. I'm still here in this safe house, walking around, exploring the whole place. That's about right. MO, guerrilla warfare techniques waved against civilians, pushing agendas by spreading fear, polarizing population groups, rolling an undercover act of terrorism. I mean, yeah, you saw what I did with that voicemail device. I took a picture of it. I'm gonna walk around my whole place and take selfies with 47. But also, thank you. That's good to know. That silent assassin isn't a thing in Freelancer. That's interesting that it's not. Specialist. Acquiring and selling secrets by any means necessary and no regard for consequences. Industrial espionage, extortion, character assassination, and post-truth manipulation. Strong reputation of business and entire economies, and throwing families into poverty and population to war. Oh, it's a prestige challenge. Ooh, wait, there's a thing called prestige challenge even. Ooh, exciting. A bomb. Fighting escalating conflicts all over the world, enabling genocide and oppression, responsible for countless deaths and untold amounts of suffering. Destroying natural resources driven by greedy exploitation and political agendas. Pollution and poisoned food sources. Causing famine and ecological disaster. Active and extinction of endangered species. England. The Dispatch, human experimentation and illegal testing. Instilling addiction to greater demand, controlling prices for medication throughout lobbyism and brute force, leaving the majority without options of treatment. I didn't even see what maps the bully had. Murder for hire with no code or method, countless collateral, cruelty and unnecessary suffering, competitive. Sloppy hitman. Capturing children and other vulnerable people, using them as in donors of organ harvesting, setting up scenarios to force people into horrible dilemmas, kidnapping, or forced amputations. What was the bully? Oh, thank God it's not Colorado. Dubai, Mendoza, and Miami. Do that. Yeah, that must have been on your end, because the stream's fine here. Stream looks fine here. Yeah, but I want the bully. He sounds funny.
This is your world map, where you can find location intel and choose your next destination. Some assignments are easier than others, so choose carefully.
You just said at me, the intersect box. What does that icon mean? Pursue the bully. I mean, let's go for Miami, the flamingo. Applies elimination payout. Do not blow your sky. Poison the target with a sedative. No witnesses, no combat. Concussive grenade. Courier's free, safe one supplies 201. Wait, did they all give me 250? I think so. No, that gave me 200. Well, I'm going to Miami either way. Yeah, book the flight.
Interesting. It looks like there are a set of additional objectives listed in the contract. They are optional, but are accompanied by a handsome reward. It might be worth pursuing, 47.
Sedatives. What is this? A bulk campaign. Yes. I can run finally. I don't have anything. Holy heavens, man. Pull out money too. What?
This is where you store weapons obtained on successful missions. However, if you bring them on new assignments and fail, they will be lost.
Tactical pistol cost them slide over to 5 with damage. Capacity cost 3. The limit to the items you can bring to mission. Each item has a gear capacity value, which is shown in your inventory. If you exceed the limit, you can simply drop an item and it'll return to its corresponding slot and save us. 999 bullets. Does it ever log into you? Oh, okay. I don't even have the firing range yet. That's 5 right now, the gear capacity. Mass gun. Yep. That's what it's gonna be later once we get an assault rifle or something. And Steven gun. Oh man. I gotta be level 4 before I can use the bathroom. Feels bad, man. Gotta be level 4 before I can take a shit. Unlucky.
Can you hear me? Steady.
I need to use the bathroom.
Exactly. He needs to use the bathroom. Telescope. Can I bring that one? I can actually. Tough luck, man. You gotta kill some people for it
You're
working.
now ready for your next mission.
You should
Don't
bathroom.
forget your passport.
Oh my god, that's actually flamingo things. Wait, I have the camera, don't I? The flamingo, it's them. Another picture for the fridge. Yeah, I figured that already. That's pretty cool. Dot mission. United States. What's that other passport? Australia? Oh. Very true. And turn him into James Bond. That way you can play both James Bond and Hitman at the same time.
Bon voyage, 47.
Imagine buying that giant house. And then 47, he's just like, nah, nope, I'm only gonna use the basement. I'm not gonna use the rest of the building until I've killed some people. Nice car, 47.
Welcome to Miami. We have been informed that the Syndicate is currently in operation here, but you know what to do. Good luck, 47.
Territory takedowns. Eliminate all single players to complete the mission. You may leave the location without eliminating all targets or alert another territory and increase the difficulty. Ooh. Bring gear and mission. Any items that are in your inventory on departure will be brought over here on your mission. Return to your safe house and the items of rarity in your inventory with you. So make sure you bring things to keep me for future missions. What am I doing tomorrow? I don't know. That's a good question. Depends on how much I like this. Then we might play more of this. Or we'll play DBD tomorrow. I'm not sure. And my shirt is clipping through the bench. DBD. Yeah, but it all depends on how much I like this. And if I feel like there's still more to be done tomorrow. But yeah, only time will tell how I feel. Oh. Got my scuffed controller. 47 keeps stuck running. There's 2 of them. And what? It's this guy right here. Is the other guy in the parking lot? Yes. But do actual perma-diff stream well. If the run dies, so does the stream. If the run dies, we switch to DVD. Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good idea, actually. Thank you. I like the sound of that. Just gonna fail on purpose. Like, ah, no, shit, man. What a shame. Looks like I failed the contract. Ah, well, looks like we're switching to DVD. You went for today? Oh, wait, okay, hold on. Let me pull out my gun really quick. Ah, well, no. Oops, looks like we failed. Time to switch to DVD, boys, I guess.
Here every day.
But Robert Knox? He's like a big shot billionaire.
It's true.
What a shame, man. Ah, what a shame.
About how he loves this place with his dad.
No, it's still Hitman free. Even on the store. Hitman free. The icon changed, but it says it's Hitman free. Oh, the icon changed for me. You still have the old one with the... But he's holding the silver ball with the red background. Why is this guy digging through trash? What the hell is he doing? Yeah, it's also still called Hitman free for me and on the PlayStation Store. He's the oh my god, he's the trash man.
Good to see you.
He eats garbage. I think he's just gonna go back to the trash can. Man, my controller. It's terrible for playing Hitman. Because the thumbstick is fucked up. Did you see he runs? But then he stops sometimes. Well, now he doesn't do it. It's only at a specific angle. Yeah, okay. He's just digging through trash. Alright, well, I know where you are then. Let's go see what the other guy's up to. Yeah, see, he stopped there. Oh my god, control.
47. I have a hunch that there might be something worth investigating nearby. I recommend you explore a bit more.
Not allowed in there. Wait, this is making noise?
There it is. A little something to help you on your assignment. Use it wisely.
Oh, I thought that was just an ordinary beat. A cleaver, a hammer, and an explosive baseball. Give me the hammer. Ham. Someone say ham. Nom nom nom. Okay. Alright, so he's talking to his bodyguard friends. Jesus, man. Okay, there's a dump. I mean, I could take this guy out right now.
That's another.
Oh, fuck. Nothing to see here. It's just my car, boys. Up. Alright, I'll turn it up for a second, gentlemen. Oh, it's just my car. Christ.
Excellent work, 47. You've spread fear within the Syndicate.
Have I? Yeah, I know, I was very professional. Oh, that was easy. Now it's just this trash guy. I don't know how to deal with him. Or rather, hide his body, I suppose. Run, damn it. Keep the wait. Why do you have to keep the game open? If you wait, what? If you close it, the challenges they just break or what? Supplier. Go check that out. We know what this guy's doing, so don't worry about him. Oh, it re-rolls. So the one you already picked. And then yeah, if you were to close the game now. And then open it again, it'll be different. I see. Okay. Yeah, you could always do that. Could always go for that.
Remember, folks,
Okay, now that is 5 hit, yeah.
getting your car to cover as many miles as possible, no matter
Watch it on your phone. Earbuds under your headphones. I don't think I should have kept the security disguise, because yeah, he forces, but whatever.
Act professional.
I have to run like this, otherwise he stops running.
Look at that. It's a test of nerves going into that corner. Who backs down first? Oh, wait.
Charges ultra slow.
Or even a slight
Are you a
collision
phone
going into that
charger?
corner? Oh, the steward's going to have to take a close look at this one.
It's this place.
If you need anything specific, there should be a supplier located in the area.
Hey man, you got the stuff.
Hey there. Need anything?
For newcomers to endurance racing,
I don't have any money. What do you have? Excuse me. Collect this coin. I was about to say, how the fuck is the coin 5,000? That coin is the most expensive item here. Huh? A silly little coin is more expensive than a fucking lethal sniper rifle. It's a collector's item. I mean, yeah, I get that, but I don't know. That's odd. They're like a weapon you could kill someone with. It's cheaper than just a silly little collector's coin. What the fuck? Remote concussive collector's duck. Wait, this is a collector's too. I think because it was in the collector's edition, but whatever. Yeah, this is like the cheapest item here. The duck's cheaper than the wrench. Tell that to Yard World. Good point. Yeah, guys, what the fuck, man? That is. I want to take a picture of that. That is something else, man. Fucking a coin more expensive than a fucking gun. Like a giant deadly sniper rifle. What the hell? The NFT version, you mean? Yeah, I guess they could explain. Jesus Christ, man. Okay.
If you need more, you know where to find me.
Wait, what is that? There's another supply in the basement.
Oh,
Well, out in here. Actually, I don't think it's in. Where's the guy? Oh, he's right there. Oh my god, indeed, the fucking voice line. Oh my god! What? Am I allowed back here? No. Oops, God. There was another thing in there.
Those mechanics at the Grosstown team have an name.
Endurance race. It's all about getting your car to cover as many miles as possible, no matter how burned out or beat up it may be.
Yeah, it's in here. I can't get in though. I don't think I'm allowed in there.
Oh, it looks like the tires are just. See, that's the problem. It comes right.
Alright, I'll return to my trash friend. Flamingo. I had no clue how I'm gonna hide the trash man's buddy.
That Sierra's not just quote unquote between relationships.
He's just checking the trash. There's like no crate or anything there, but. Do you mind? Thank you. Can collect this coin, my ass. This coin will do just fine. Man, so expensive. Can't believe that. The only way I think of hiding this guy's corpse by dumping him in the ocean, but I don't know if that would work. There was no. Is there a dump spot down here? There was a. Oh, wait, no, we're fine. There's a dump spot right there. Oh, well. What's that? And he's right here.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
Oh! Is that those bloody kids missing?
Sure, kill him with the stethoscope if I can. I don't know if I can. On the stairs.
Okay, who's playing with me? Who did that?
No.
Show yourself.
No, there's no one here. Except the camera. Oh god.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
Did you go up to his trailer?
Yes, I did.
Well, I'd say he's at work.
Oh.
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I
Well
can't
done.
say.
Where does he work?
This will surely be a blow to the syndicate.
Where does he work?
You should
Sir,
go back to the
I ain't
safe
at
house.
liberty to
I'll
give out
contact
no
you later.
information about our residents.
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Did you not hear me? We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he
Where
work?
does he work?
I can't say.
Dual sense controller low.
Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
Where does
Sir.
he work?
Where does he work?
Nice to see some security here.
And then he leaves. Into the minimap he goes. Controller dying. Signature Leo stream. Well, that went pretty smooth. We did all the objectives besides one because, well, I don't have any sedative. Mission completed. Exactly. Leo confirmed. Controller's dying. That was positive. Please verify you are human. Controller battery dying. Approved. You are 100% human. Human. Yo, what the fuck is that cheese icon? Wait, the charger cable is stuck under the wheel of my chair. Wait, why is there a hamburger? Do you see that? Do you see that hamburger icon? Wait, what? How? Wait, it's stuck under a box. Wait, why is that a box? How did it get under the box? Why? What? It was under the wheel, and then it was under a box too. What the fuck? Okay. Well, I got the chair. The chair? Yeah, I got that too. I'm sitting on it, but I got the charger. There's a hamburger under your chair. No. Unfortunately. Oh, I guess that's a good thing. But there's a hamburger right there. Look, you see the hamburger? Fine. Okay. I mean, that's also here. I'm pretty sure you saw that, right? There's binoculars somewhere. Oh yeah, right there. It feels like one of those memory games. Okay, what would fit together with the burger? Oh yeah, that's probably the cheese piece here. So I gotta pick the cheese and get the burger. Okay. What else? What else do we have? Remember where the cheeseburger is. Remember where the cheeseburger is. And the cheese. Those two are connected. And then... and then there's just a half shirtless 47. What kind of memory game is this? And then there's a Pepe. Who's Pepe connected to? Is that a Pepe too? So real quick, I think you just missed this, but I can't believe this. Look at this shit. That thing that's 5,000, that's a coin. And that's the most expensive thing here on this table. It's so expensive than any of the guns. That silly little coin. And the one thing that makes it expensive is because it's a collector's item. But I cannot believe that. A deadly sniper rifle is cheaper than just a silly coin. What? Even the shotgun is cheaper. All the guns are cheaper than a fucking coin. Call it. I guess maybe it's his coin. Professional IGA assassin. It took me 15 minutes. Because I sat on the bench for 10 minutes in the beginning. Hardcore mode.
Excellent work back there, 47.
Hi, Diana.
Let me know when you're ready to continue. I'll be waiting.
Pursue the bully.
Each time you return to the safe
Supply
house, I'll
crate.
provide you with a free item. You can only pick one out of 3, so think carefully before choosing.
What happened to my hammer? ICA remote audio distraction Mark III. Sedatives proximity Simtex demo block MK3. Well, who's next? No witnesses, no combat, pacify guard, concussive explosive. No witnesses, poison guard. Poison talk, dark gun. I don't think I can do any of them. I'll take the sedatives though and then just leave them here. Can I? Is that possible? I don't think it's possible. I want to leave my poison behind, but I don't think I can. Let's go kill this one guy in Mendoza. Am I level 4 yet? I need to be level 4 to unlock the bathroom. Nope. I'm not level 4 yet. I don't have the bathroom unlocked. What the hell, man? Oh.
These are your freelancer tools. Highly useful
Oh,
for
yes.
adapting to on-the-fly opportunities. They will be lost should you fail the campaign.
Oh. What, so if I choose to leave my poison here and I fail, then it won't be any use? I'm just gonna lose it. I think. Not pacific or concussive. No. Well, I can't look at the other one? No. No. Well, I don't know, I'll just leave it here. I keep it if I don't bring it. Oh, okay, so even if I fail and I leave it here, I still have it? Okay. The way she said it just made it sound like if I failed and I still left it here, I would still lose it. But yeah, I wanna keep it here. I don't wanna bring it. Let's go. There's a tie now. I was hoping that'd be wine bottles. Let's go.
Have a good trip, 47.
What an awkward loading screen. Well, going to Argentina and it picked a snowy loading screen. I don't think there's snow in Argentina. This is a bit
Welcome
of
to
an
Benito
awkward
Yates, Argentina.
one to pick,
We
but
have been
okay.
informed that the syndicate is currently in operation here. Find
Oh,
the targets and
Castilla.
eliminate. Be careful, 47.
Oh, Castilla, gotta be quick.
Good luck.
I gotta hit level 4 so I can unlock the bathroom and take a shit. Quick.
Hello, sir.
What? Where am I? There is like a million things on the minimap. Courier. That's the guy that sold that expensive coin in the previous map. I probably still need an invitation to get in.
Mr. Yates, it's Aaron, sir, from the firm. I came as quickly as I could.
Wink.
Yes, sir, I have the file. Sorry it took so long, but
Don't remember if I need to get rid of my gun though. I don't think so. Do I get frisked?
Bienvenidos to Viñeda Yates. May I see your invitation, please? Gracias, señor. Enjoy the party.
We cool? It's so awkward I have to run like this and shake the thumbstick.
Do I know him?
Otherwise I stop running. You can't run in a straight line. See, he stops. He's downstairs.
Look.
Check your settings. No, there's something wrong with my thumbstick. Something wrong with my controller. It's in every game that happens.
Make the best wines in Argentina and beyond.
No, what here? There it is. It's him. We have been reunited with our fish.
I was an attorney. For 4 decades, I served the law.
Wait, where is this? Exactly, fish. We've been reunited. Oh wow, he's all the way up on the 3rd level. Courier. Oh wow, it's not only one guard you have to pacify, it's 3. With the concussive explosive, holy shit.
Doctor.
Doctor? They have to kill the doctor in this. One of the other contracts was the doctor, I think. Oh no, it was the surgeon. One of the two. Hey man, you got the
47.
stuff?
This person stands out quite a bit. Could be worth investigating.
He stands out quite a bit. He looks exactly like the other guy.
Russo, Goldberg and Partners.
Am I just holding a fish? I sure am.
Shit, I'm lost.
I'm walking around with my fish.
God, I'm so dead.
Martin, just calling to check on those accounts
Wait,
we
what?
discussed. Correct.
Can I not talk to you? Wait, what did it say about couriers? Couriers carry... Oh.
Costa Rica.
So I can knock him out and steal his
My
money.
instructions were followed to the letter. Splendid. I shall inform
Talk
the
to
police.
him. With a bullet.
Your guess is as good as mine. Yates is
People fish.
Yada-da-da. Where the hell am I? I got shit to deliver. Da-da-da. Yeah, that's a great line. Oh, the band's gonna be psyched when they hear that. Ha.
What? Hey man, don't mind me, I'm just vlogging. Just vlogging from my YouTube channel.
Real money, the Carlyles of the Carlyle Shipping Group, the Ingrams Oil and Steel Tycoons, and the Stuyvesant Real Estate.
Oh crap. I forgot to hang up the clothes before I left.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know what's worse.
That is when I decided
No offense,
to do as
but
my mentor
please
taught
get
me,
out of my
cash
face.
check and
Oh,
mind my
you
own
don't want to be on YouTube?
Words solidified.
Lost. I don't know where the hell I am.
Hashtag no filter. Why does it sound like there's so many people walking around us? And it's just us 3 up here. Why does it sound like there's a horse walking around? What is happening? How am I you know what? I'm gonna steal your lunch money last. Wait. Oh. I think I could just do this. Wait for him to go back and then we take this guy out. That's a cool detail. I think it's him, like that courier. You can hear his like coins, his money laying around in his jacket. Sweet. Now we just smack the other guy with a fish. Lure him over here. Actually, I should probably lure him over here. I'm a bit paranoid. If I take him out here, the people over here are gonna see it. Or maybe not. Maybe they're too busy. They're too occupied with their rich life. Rich person life stuff. Oh, here he comes. Mr. Moneybags. What was that? Was that a fish I just heard? Land on the ground.
Hey, who's trying to break my balls here?
$1,367. Thanks for the money. Surely no one will see this. Alright, where is this guy I actually have to kill? I just stole a poor delivery man's money. He's in the tunnel? Oh god.
So, what's your take on these
There's something down that too. Can I get to it? Maybe?
I was an attorney. For 4
Crystal
decades,
ball,
I
explosive
served
golf
law.
ball, presumably explosive
Now,
duck. Why
I
are you
serve
so
something
explosive happy?
far grander.
Give me
I
the
serve
ball.
land, and the land of Mendoza longs to make wine.
I grew up here. These majestic plains were my playground. And returning here to pick up the mantle of my ancestors feels just
Does this take me to the tunnel?
profound.
Our goal here at Vidietta Yates is simple. From our state-of-the-art winemaking facility to our carefully nurtured grape stock, hand-picked with
Caught on
care
tape.
by the local
With fish in hand. No, the shop guy is all the way back in like the security rooms or whatever. It doesn't matter. Just see if we can get this guy. This is not open, I don't think so. Hello? Knock knock. Someone order a fish? I mean, what even is the plan here? Hey guys. Don't mind me, okay?
We had, but the church canceled, and now we're not sure if we want to rebook it. She's not that excited about a church wedding, to be honest. I think she only agreed to it to keep the family happy.
What's the alternative? Mark, your parents will break your neck,
Okay. I think I might have a plan. Wait for you, I gotta go back down though. Oh, sorry, go back down. It's time for the fish to shine. Smooth. Give me my fish back. Can I drag the other guy down here? I probably can, yeah. Without getting caught. Erase video evidence. Right. Now let's pray to Jesus. Uncle bless. Thank you. None of these boys had a key card. I'll need that. I have absolutely no idea. Hey. Oh, never mind. Well, just brute force it. Wait, why can I... Is that a place where I can see my carry limit? My carry limit's supposed to be 5, and, well, I want to have the pistol and the fish. So I need to dump the crowbar before we leave. Oh, it's a phone guy. Guy checking his Facebook. Man, I so badly want to blast this guy in the head with a pistol, but he has a friend. Run. Actually, I could just dump it now. I don't need it anymore. Am I hidden behind this? Is this hidden? Or is?
I have no idea what I'm doing. Nah, what the hell? Nice try.
Flip the switch. Okay. Oh man, it is so tempting. It is so tempting. But I really shouldn't. I should just push him. Must resist the urge. Resist the urge to pull the trigger. Do it. Oh shit, what happened? Oh fuck, oh Jesus Christ, man. Wait, what? Wait, he stood back up?
Good work, 47.
He's not dead, he's standing up. What? Did I just XCOM that? How did that? There is no way in a million years that missed. What? Hello? What is this guy made out of? Holy shit.
Work, 47. You've spread fear within the syndicate. Return to the safe house. Collect yourself.
Oh god,
I'll
the
be in
fucking Enforcer guy's going. What? Sorry, I'm not allowed to dance. I just want to get out of here. What the hell was that? I can't, exactly my reaction, that her emote. Like, what the fuck? What was that, man? I blasted the guy point blank in the back of the head. The pistol. And he just stood back up like, what? Huh? What happened? What? Man, I want like a replay of that. Check the VOD in a second. I dumped the crowbar, didn't I? Yeah. For a minute. Oh wait, you clipped it? What the hell? Oh, you did clip it. Thank you, Foxy. Let's see that again here. What's this temp loading? Feels weird, man. It's like, yeah, did you see that? Did you see what just happened? Let's get a fucking replay of that. The thing's awkward on mobile. Yeah, it didn't clip the. Oh my god, shut the fuck up, man. It didn't clip the moment. It clipped it after he stood up. Hold up, it's all good. It's all good. I'll roll back the tape. I'll roll back the tape. We're rolling back the tape. Roll back the tape, cause hold on a minute, man. What the fuck was that? Guy just stood back up like, huh? What happened? Alright, let's have a look at this again, shall we? Right. Must resist the urge. Resist the urge to pull the trigger. Do it. Alright, here we go, here we go. Oh shit, what happened? Oh fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, it didn't give me the red hit mark. What? He just stands back up. Like, huh? What happened? I shot him in the neck. What? Excuse me. Look at this shit, man. Do it. Hold on. Can we slow the clip down? Might have been too slow, but it's fine. What check? What was that? What happened? Watch this shit, man. It like hits him right in the neck. Bang! Right in the neck. White hit marker. What the hell? What the fuck? And then just the way he stands back up again. Shit, what happened? Oh fuck! Oh Jesus Christ, man! He stands up right next to me. Wait, he stood back up.
Good work, 47.
He's not dead. He's standing up. What happened, man? How did he not die from that shot? Holy shit. Not even bothered by it, just stares right back up like, huh? Wow, what was that? Was that a mosquito? What the fuck, man? Okay, well, what kind of shitty pistol am I using? I have no words as to how or why that did not kill him. I've never had that happen before. That was something else. I want your refund, baby Ray. Yeah, what the hell was that, man? You hit him in the neck and he's just, huh? What? I would have had the no combat thing. I would have made an extra 500 if that guy wasn't a Terminator. Oh, well, whatever. It's all good. We got the mission done. But I'll say, appreciate the follow, Gabby. Appreciate it. Welcome. What the hell? Wait, I can't get over that. Just the way he stands up right next to me afterwards, was like, huh? What? Is someone shoot me? That's fucking funny, man. That's great. That's hilarious. Yeah, that was probably his reaction. Just like, huh?
I'm ready when you've prepped the next assignment.
Huh? What happened? Was that a gunshot, huh? I thought that was a mosquito on my neck. Oh, what happened? Holy fuck, man. I cannot believe that just happened. I was also wondering for a second why I couldn't drag him, but then because man wasn't even dead. Holy shit. Do I have my fish now somewhere? No. No fish. I can't have my fish. Alright, last one. For this one. Oh, Showdown Mission. Final mission of a syndicate contract is called the Showdown Mission. In Showdown Missions, your goal is to identify and eliminate the hidden leader. Failing this will result in the failure for the whole campaign. So that's 4 targets now. Okay. Poison, no witness, and a dot gun.
We now know the location of the syndicate leader. I have provided you with an intel wall to help you keep track of their uncovered identity.
Now this part sounds really exciting. Having to identify the guy. Oh, it actually gave me a dot gun. Yeah. Oh yeah, it says it on the top left. Poison target, dot gun. Yeah. That. Over gear capacity. Exceeding the gear capacity will prevent you from leaving the safe house. Oh, try to need this you'll have to drop a place item to save on G over than the limit again. Yeah. Let's just get rid of my shitty pistol. What the hell, man? I'll just get rid of this shitty pistol that I can't even kill. How did you not kill? How did you not kill that man? What the hell, man? Unreliable pistol. Yeah, it's showtime. The bully agenda business meeting. Tail bookworm? What's that supposed to mean? Tail dehydrated. Oh, so he's gonna be sipping on something? So possibly poison something? I don't know what bookworm's supposed to mean. Does it tell me you can answer this question? Does it tell me in game these hints, or do I have to remember all this? Oh, it tells me in game. Okay, yeah, because I was about to take a screenshot of it in case I had to memorize in my head. Holy shit. Right. Look, glasses, earrings, necklace, and blonde hair. Okay, well, it reminds me, so that's good. I mean, we could use the sedative, but I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that useful. If I do that, he's just gonna pass out on the floor, and then what good is that gonna do me? What do we have now? Magazines, just some pictures. Yeah.
I'll be in touch when you reach your destination.
Suspects have purple outlines. Oh, okay. Now, yeah, this part sounds really fun to me. Having to identify the guy. So with the eye trail will sometimes have a drink at a certain place. Okay, so I was right about that. But he reads
Welcome to the Scepter.
books.
This is it. We've tracked down the
How would he
syndicate
read
leader.
books in this?
You need to identify the target first. On the other hand, we do know this. They are here for a business meeting. As for their identity, we know that they have blonde hair. They are wearing earrings. They are wearing glasses. And wearing a necklace.
Oh
we
my
also know that the target enjoys reading. And they suffer from dehydration.
Why is it so
That's
bright?
all I have for you at present. Godspeed, 47.
Showdown missions. To find a mission or use syndicate contract, you must identify and eliminate the syndicate leader. Defend suspects and compare their appearance and behaviors against the available intel. Take out your mark when you're confident of identity.
Good to see you. How lovely to see so many friendly
Assassin nearby.
We have intel that there may be undercover assassins present.
Wait,
Be
what?
careful, 47.
Someone that's after me?
Wait, 47. That person seems suspicious. Some of the tells fit the description. I would dig further if I were you. I would like to introduce you to something new that we've developed. It's a camera that you can use to track information on possible suspects, in case we don't have their full MO. We don't want innocent blood spilled after all.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is the
Check your
camera
intel for more
you were
information.
talking about. Oh wait, does it identify it for me? Or do I have to take the photo? Oh no. He has glasses, earrings. Does he have earrings? Hello, sir. Do you have earrings? You do. You have a necklace. You have blonde hair. I mean, I don't think this is the guy. He has tattoos. What is that tattoos? Oh.
Hi there.
It looks like the possible suspect is taking part in a business deal. Maybe it's something to look into.
But there's also him over there.
God to us struggling artists. His and
Hello.
more general.
You on track? Has money been wired? I don't have time for any screw-ups.
Seriously? But I have a meeting.
Get out of my face.
No, Lucy. This is a private
Wait, this guy's getting a drink.
Besides, this is your big day.
Those two are having a meeting, and this guy's getting a drink.
Don't worry about that. My art speaks for itself.
Well, I have to go.
Oh. I want to get a look at your face.
Hello there.
I cannot tell if it's my English.
You are needed at the inauguration. And there are some other issues.
Is that blonde? What's happening here? Necklace, blonde hair,
Yes, of course, miss. Any preference?
glasses. Wait, the other guy didn't
Sorry,
have
Lucy,
glasses.
but there is more. There seems to be an issue with the sun installation.
Oh, I'm sure you can handle it. Darling, you know how to
Gotta remember to buy a gift for my wife after the transaction. I always forget.
I don't have anything. I still have anything to throw to lure this guy.
Yes. Good. Now off you go. I have important things to take care of.
It could be her. She has blonde hair, necklace, earrings, glasses, business meeting. Hi, I'm totally not looking at you through my camera. Is she dehydrated? That's the question. You spent 40 minutes on a mission? Oh shit. Nice. Was it a showdown one?
Ah, hi there.
Is she drinking?
Colin, let me give you. Excuse me. Mademoiselle.
Not even. Oh shit. Nice. Was just a pre-mission? What the fuck? Sorry. She's coughing. Is she gonna take a sip? Where's my other guy? Hey, the guy that I declassified. Ruled out.
All good? Hi there. Sorry for being late. It's just one of those days, you know? Is
But he's
in order? I trust
meeting.
you won't disappoint me. It's all fine. We're already 2 steps ahead.
Don't disappoint me. You know the cost, okay? I'll see you around.
Okay? I'll talk to you later. Stay safe.
Maybe it is that guy. That guy has like white hair.
I'm the one putting my neck out here. They don't care. So not professional.
Wow.
Where's the lady? No, the woman. Oh my god. He's smoking? That ain't on the list. Wait, is... Wait, what? Okay, I guess it is her. Wait, oh my god. Here you go. She just pulls out a book? It has to be her. But she's not drinking. Does it have to be all free? I'm guessing it does, right? Please go in the bathroom.
Oh, gotta remember to buy a gift for my wife after the
Yes.
transaction.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. So she's just missing the drinking part, and the other guy's missing the book part. Give me your lunch money. You had less than the other guy. Okay, so who is marked here? Get this off of this guy. There you go. Oh, it shows you the icon. I mean, coughing is not on the list. I don't think I've seen her drink at all. That guy's smoking. I'm like I'm confident it's not this guy. Can you please take a sip or something?
Look, I'll just have the one drink. I'm sure if I'm needed out there, one of the technicians will come and find me. I want to share my condolences concerning...
Actually, I don't know if I've seen any of them take a sip.
I never met him.
This guy took a sip in the beginning though, didn't he?
Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I have...
As long as you know I'm here for you. As I said, it's only if something goes wrong or that dreadful critic insists on speaking to me now that I'll be kept away from my friend Cornelius.
Now they're gonna talk again.
Everything is going fabulously out there. I really want to say how much
The guy with the hat though, I'm not sure about that man at all. Does he have a necklace? I've not had a good look at this guy. You know, Stephanie, this guy he doesn't have a necklace. He doesn't have earrings either. And then this guy too, I mean, he has like gray hair. I don't know if that's classified as blonde hair. So we have two left. And I need her to take a sip. I need the other guy to pull out a book. He doesn't seem to be drinking though. I feel like I should follow you, the guy. Bless you. Now she's gonna read her book again. Let's follow the other guy. I feel like I haven't seen any of them take a sip. I feel like I saw him in the beginning, but I'm not sure at this point. Wait, what is he doing? Does this count as a book? He's just texted someone. Wait, what happened to his earrings? Didn't he have earrings? What happened to this guy? No, he does. It's very tiny. Yeah. Could you please go take a sip of something? This whole time he hasn't pulled out a book either. And before there's that other guy with the white hair. I thought he didn't have glasses. He just stares at it. Assassin nearby.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Jesus Christ, so fucking loud. What the? Sir. Thank you. Hi, I'm totally not stalking you. I thought I saw him have a drink in the beginning, but I guess not. I mean, the only one I've seen have a drink is the guy with the hat, but he ain't no. He doesn't have glasses. Sure. But sure, it's not the guy with the cowboy hat. Oh, he's finally reading a book. Oh shit, he's pulling out a book. Ladies and gentlemen, he's pulling out a book. Now I just need him to take a sip of something. I feel like I saw him drink something in the beginning, but I'm not 100% certain about that now. I'm not confident in it. Go take a sip of something, and it'll be the last sip you will ever take. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, prime suspect. Okay. Cool. Now, let me just untech the other lady. He's in a really public spot. Poison target with a dart gun. How the hell? You expect me to do that in this public area? I mean... Okay. But we know who it is, so I guess we'll explore a bit.
Welcome, sir.
I don't have anything to distract this lady with. Hold on. Isn't there like coins out here? In the vending machine. I need something to throw. Anything. A fire extinguisher. Yeah, sure. Let me do this in my skydiving suit.
Looking like a pro, sir.
Thank you. You have a coin by any chance? That's soap.
What was it he wanted again?
I wanted some soap, sir. It's been an emergency. We'll distract the lady with the soap, I suppose. Thank God she heard it. A second I thought she actually wouldn't hear it, because I don't know, the soap doesn't distract people.
Anyone there?
Jesus Christ. So awkward, the stairs. Right, okay. How am I gonna get past this camera? Where is it again? Oh, it's just watching right there. This... Oh no, the save is further up. Why? A muffin? What am I gonna do with a muffin? Take the big one. Let's put her in a nice comfy closet, so she doesn't have to sleep on the cold, dirty floor that she was cleaning. It just takes me back to the bathroom. And there's something here. Oh, yeah, there you go, coins.
"47. There's a safe nearby. You should be able
Oh
to
my
hack
God.
the code by examining nearby clues using your camera.
47, there's a neck nearby.
Yep. Hard to imagine someone causing trouble all the way up here.
Pay's not great, but when you weigh it against all the work, it balances out.
Yep.
Oh, what? Someone's seeing me? I don't have anything non-lethal. Wait, is that guy coming out? Oh god, no. Don't come out here. Is this the new DVD update? Yeah, this is the new killer right here. This is the new killer. The agent. He can disguise himself as survivors. Oh, I have to scan that with my camera.
Paid and treated contractors. This place will be back any day now.
Well, I can't expect people to take the stairs all the time. Who's going to want to come to a building this tall if they have to walk all the way up?
Oh, they could open up the elevator shafts.
Hey, don't mind me, this is for me. Okay, what do I want? Do I want a fishing line, an oil canister, or a banana? Nice. Of course. I mean, that's the only correct answer. The banana. So wait, this is a new item in the game. The bad trap, pouring out the contents of the scans and creating a fireball rule. This is a new item in the game. In fact, they have to use the right tools for the job. And the banana is just the perfect tool. the right tool for this job. Ah, there's 2 clues remaining. I wonder if I hired this guy with the barcode tattoo on his head. I don't remember that. Is he new? Yeah, you would think they would know. You think they would recognize someone like that? Oh, the barcode tattoo. Can't go in there. In the other... Wait, where is this? It's in this room? Oh, it's probably that. Oh, where's my clue? Is this my clue? Sadly, the barcode right there. The barcode is even in Twitch chat now. Oh no, what? How is Justin gonna say this?
Leo.
It sounded like you said Leo in the end. Leo. Thanks, Justin. That's how you say 47's true name. I think it is in here. What the fuck is the code for that? Wait, I can get another banana.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Leo sword didn't get barbaric easy. Go.
Exactly, Justin. Leo. Sword isn't get barbaric. Damn right, Justin. He knows Danish too. No, don't throw the banana.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Ja.
What? No, that's not how you say yeah. Ja, no. Nice one, Justin. Yes, you totally still know Danish.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Nay.
Nay. I think that's how you say it in Norwegian. Yeah, no, not even close. Nay. Nay. I think that's how you say no in Norwegian, like that. How am I supposed to know the code for this? Am I just supposed to 5-head it? It's 4751. No, it's this right here. 61 61 5 0. Is the final clue really in there? There ain't no way. I refuse to believe. It's like here. On the minimap. I don't know, man. I don't think we're gonna get the safe open. Anyways. Let's just continue. Where is the courier? What does he have for sale?
Careful, 47. We believe that there are undercover lookouts. They will alert the leader if you're not careful.
Undercover lookout. What in the...
Hey, good to see you.
He's higher up the cellar. Whatever. Can't be bothered. I wanna figure out a way how to kill this guy instead. Kill him with no witnesses. Why is this guy still tagged? Wait, why is he still tagged? It's this guy down here. I can poison that. Well, time to get a waiter, this guy. I'm pretty sure the guy in the bathroom is a waiter.
Hello.
Hello. This guy? Pretty sure he's a waiter. Time to use the big one. How do you even use this? Oh my... Jesus! He doesn't give a fuck about that. Right, okay. Well, if that's how it's gonna be, then I'm just gonna mess with the toilet. Banana time. Banana time.
Can you hear me?
What the hell did I pick up?
Delicatessen fortning.
Fortning. Delicatessen fortning. Exactly, just exactly how you say it. Delicatessen fortning. Any delicatessen fortning? Oh, that was so fucking anticlimactic. The disrespect. She stands up and then just bonk. Head on the back of the head with a banana. Event staff. Yeah, that should be it. Bonk. Oh shit, man! I thought you went down. Bonk.
Quite the ceremony. I was thinking His Royal Highness was a fan.
No witnesses. Can I kill her? I mean, you say no witnesses, so...
John.
Exactly. Can't witness if you're dead. Right. Now let's go poison this guy's drink. You know, he's gonna puke and everything. Hopefully he doesn't go to that bathroom where I have a knocked out half-naked waiter and a dead person. A dead woman. Smacked by a banana and then shot in the head. Ah, yeah, what a way to go. First he throws the banana at you and that doesn't knock you out. You stand right back up and then he smacks you on the head with it. And then after that he shoots you in the head. The Banana Cartel sending a message. The signature execution style. Bonked on the back of the head with a banana. And then leave a banana peel on the crime scene. Perfectly intact banana next to the body. Bonk W. They're back at it again. Banana Cartel. I thought we got rid of them years ago. There it is. That signature move. Well, it's not complete, but whatever. That signature move. A banana next to the dead corpse. Oh, we got rid of them years ago. Looks like they're back. She slipped on the banana field and died. Cover story, EC.
What way you going?
Yeah, just, you know, shut the fuck up, people. Just don't think too much about the bullet wound in her head. Don't worry about that. She appears to have been shot in the head, sir. What? No. Did you see that banana? That's concrete evidence that she slipped over the banana. Please don't go into the crime scene bathroom.
Good luck with that. Just get free today.
Excuse me. I was wondering if you could help.
I need to shoot him with this too to get an extra 1,500. There we go. Nice. Wait, he has.
Congratulations, 47. The leader is eliminated, sending a clear message.
I eliminated the bully.
You should get back to the safe house. I'll contact you later.
Wait, don't go in there. No, it's on the main sea, sir. Sir, step away from the door. That bathroom is on the main sea. Why is he going in there? You gotta go. No, but sir, please, it's on the maiden sea. Please step away from that bathroom. Use the one down the hall. Use the bathroom down the hall. This one is on the maiden sea. It's for your own good. It smells in there too. Please don't go in there. Just for the love of God, don't stay away from that. No witnesses. Wait, he was an assassin? Assassin's Hawk. Oh wait, he was the guy that was looking for me.
A burner phone could be of use to manipulate a possible target.
I mean, the mission's over. He was the guy that was looking for me. A free gun, I guess. Wait, can I actually get that? Oh, I can. I think. Yeah, just dump that. Dump the screwdriver. Yeah, then I think we should be okay to carry that. Oh no, I need to dump the coins too. Yeah, there you go. Free gun. Thank you, assassin guy. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Well, that took an interesting turn of events in the end. You know, during the world will really get that logic. It's bulletproof, foolproof. Oh my god. The banana assassin strikes again. How perfect that he's wearing yellow too. The banana assassin, he's done it again.
Well done, 47. This will make anyone think twice before turning to a life of crime.
Syndicate defeated. We defeated the bully. That was the name of this guy. Oh, hi 47. Easy mode. What? What is the easy mode challenge? Did I steal his lunch money? Not his lunch money. I did that in the beginning of the level, actually. That was another guy that went to a bathroom and I knocked him out and stole his lunch money. He went to the bathroom on the other side of the map. Nah, I stole this guy's phone instead. Trap Smith. I'm still not level 4. I don't have the bathroom unlocked. Wardrobe. Motivational posters. Motivational poster deluxe. Increase gear cap. What a what a goofy way to end that mission.
Congratulations, 47.
Thank you.
You brought down the Syndicate and its leader. Please accept a token of gratitude for outstanding excellence.
What are you giving me? Stop blending. Why am I blending in my own home? A sniper rifle. Eco 7. A modern marksman rifle, highly accurate and modular, allows for extensive customization.
The assignment was a success, but the campaign is not over yet.
I wonder what happens when you're
We have
done.
uncovered plenty more collaborators with the defeated Syndicate. So, the stakes will be higher with the next available assignments. Think carefully when choosing your next step.
Hey, there's the gun. The gun I stole from that assassin. Oh, thanks, man, for a free gun. Remote EMP explosive of rat poison. The Iceman, the Soul Seer, the Pretender. Well, before we pick our next one, I need to use the bathroom really quick. BRB. What the fuck, man? The penguin cam is still on the maiden sea. How is this? How is this possible? Either way, I need to use the bathroom really quick. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Penguins dance. Yeah, what is happening? That's are they having like a giant rave? Penguins dance. Or is it as we feared? The penguins murdered all the humans. Let's continue. Actually, let's see. Can we explore our house now? It said I unlocked the wardrobe. Where is the wardrobe? Level 18. Vaults. What the fuck? Customizable elements. Some furniture and other elements in safe house can be replaced. Replace the customer's using instinct trigger the prompt in the object. Does not. Unlock new. What am I customizing? Oh, do you need it? I do, yes. Break and neck. Excuse me, waiter. There's poison in my soup. Nobody will notice if there's nobody's notice. Very true. Nobody will notice if there is nobody to notice. Names of our friends. So I don't need one. Hang in there. No, that's the last one. Why does it say premium? That's supposed to mean. Sometimes all you need is a little push in the right direction. Fortune favors the bold. It's all in the execution. Oh, it's that note. Always trust your instinct. Wow, a giant poster frame just for that little sticky note. Oh, please. Add details here. Is this what I unlocked? Oh, I did. It's the wardrobe.
You can now gain access to a new area in the safe house.
Can I become a flamingo? I can. It's time. The flamingo's fully back in action. That's all I unlocked. And then the poster, I think. Yo, you can pee. You unlocked the bathroom, Bog. I still don't have it. I just unlocked the wardrobe. Who do we got now? The ghost maker, Demeter, Iceman, the producer, the pretender, the pilot, the vote pusher, the soul seer. Murder for hire, no. Oh, we read that before. I think I read this one too. Yeah. Eastman capturing trilling using the. Maybe we read that before too. Acquiring. I don't think we read this one. Acquiring selling secrets by any means necessary and no regard for consequences. Industrial espionage, extortion, characters that need to push through. The pilot is new. Flooding and escalating conflict with the world, naval genocide. That's just the same text, I think. Well, who sounds the most fun? Iceman. What's the Iceman? That's Colorado. Now you know what? I'm good. Yeah, I'm not going for the Iceman. What about the Ghost Maker? Dubai. We were just there. Murder for hire with no code. What about the producer? He's also in Dubai. Silent pistol kill. Yeah, we'll take the Ghost Maker. Alerted territories. Alerted missions are significantly hard to traverse undetected. Making a major mistake will result in an entire campaign. Well, I guess we'll begin with that. Morocco. Silenced firearm kill. I don't want to bring my new gun though. Poison target. I mean, I have money. We could just buy a new pistol, I suppose, maybe. What is that?
Prestige objectives are ways for an assassin to express expertise and mold each mission to their own preference.
Shotgun kill.
You can pick 1 out of 3 for each mission.
Time trial, definitely not that. Look for major accident possibilities that can have a crowd effect. Timing is of great importance. If you're lucky and have enough mirror, you can get an epic and legendary weapon supplies. With an epic or legendary shotgun. I think it's gotta be the middle one. I mean, is that downside if I don't do it? What's in the box? I can't see. My giant flamingo nose is in the way. That feels better. Ah, yeah, you held it in this whole time. Like, they finally unlocked the bathroom. Feels good. Yeah, no, I'm not bringing anything. I'm just gonna bring this poison. That's it. Oh, you can actually make food now.
I'll be in touch when you reach your destination.
Didn't even use the bathroom on the play. Like, no. No, you have to earn it. Earn the bathroom. Como prestige objectives are mandatory.
Welcome to Marrakesh. We have been informed that the Syndicate is currently in operation here, but you know what to do. But be careful. They're on high alert. We don't want them to slip away. Godspeed, 47.
The alerted territories. Note that you will benefit from disguising a civilian, as targets and such will spot you. Disguise will also be less effective, so be careful. Failing a alerted mission will fail into a campaign. What? There's a guy right behind me? Straight to it. How do they even get here if there's so many guards? Yeah, come up here, buddy. I mean, I guess I don't have to take her out. I would like to, though.
Anyway, in case of a security breach, all VIPs rendezvous at the underground garage and take emergency tunnel B to a shop downtown where they'll remain until escort arrives. Any questions?
I wish I had something to throw. How are you doing here?
Ah, thank you. Come close.
Soda cans, perfect. Now let's go back out and take these two people out.
What?
Wait, she's over here now? Where's the guard going? Why do you two have to be right next to each other? Oh, jeez. Perfect. Just before he turned around and saw the lady. Hey, we got the rooftop for herself. And it was actually worth taking her out. She gave us a keycard. Alright. Now, where is anything at? Fucking chopper? What?
I could just about.
Why is there just a casual safe in here? Wait, is that a banana? Kitchen there. Whoa. What's this? What would be the last clue? I don't think it would be over here. Once again, just missing one clue. I don't even... Have they always been here? I mean, I've never really explored this. Gone in these little shops, I think. Have those crates always been there? I don't think it would be all the way over here. Any clues? There was one there, and then there was one next to it. Yeah, it's right there. Fuck, man, I have no idea. What are we even looking at? What the fuck? Why'd they throw a cleaver in the trash? That's not a highlight. Oh, hi. No, 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 no. I don't want your cop. It's going for me. You know, it's not highlighted.
Hello, recruit.
What the hell, man? I don't know. Where is the shop, man? Here's where the target is. Oh, and one of them is here.
This is getting weird.
I've been saying that for quite some time.
Yes, thank you, Pam. Very helpful. Nothing to see here, sir. Won't be getting on TV. Just carry on, okay? Yes, thank you, Pam. Very helpful.
What's up, boys? What are we? Oh, it's a cop header. I feel like that would come in handy. God, it's so chill in here compared to outside. Oh, sorry.
Glad we speak the same language, sir. My job's so much easier.
What is that icon on the map? Oh, it's an exit.
Massage expert Connie Engstrom reported the reception desk. That was Connie Engstrom.
Where's Mr. Moneybags going?
Reception desk.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day.
I hope no one notices me. I feel like I really stick out here.
You sure do. You speak out loud like that.
Private?
How you going, Mr. Moneybags? You gonna drink
Why
that?
are these exchanges always such a pain in the ass?
He eats the food,
You walk from
which
there.
I guess we could poison.
Why not just meet in a cafe or something?
Nice day for it, isn't it?
The chest and the shop guy here. ICA tripwire. I don't think I've ever used that before. Give me the golf ball. Wait, where the shopkeep? Wait, it's a lady. Oh, hello there.
Hi. Whatever.
You got the stuff? I'm here for the banana cartel.
Buy something? I got it all.
I'm here on behalf of the banana cartel. Bah. Professional screwdriver. I don't really think I need any of this. Silenced firearm kill. Why could you not have a silenced pistol for sale? Audio distraction device. I don't think any. What is the thing I have? I can still use that to open doors, I'm pretty sure, so I don't really need anything from her.
If you need more.
Yeah, you got it. You don't perchance have a disguise I could use? Is that post always there? I mean, I guess. Wait, maybe I should go buy the bat. I want something blunt. Everything I have is lethal. Hello, I'm back. Do you still have that bat?
You need anything? I'm sure I've got it. At a price.
Sounds promising.
Thank you. I want something blunt. Oh, it's in a briefcase. Oh, I'm carrying a briefcase.
Okay.
I see a baseball bat. See a branded bat. Oh, you don't like the briefcase? The briefcase is too sus for you? Oh my god, nice flip. Almost did a full-on flip. Almost a 10 out of 10 flip. What's he doing out there? Why is he not in the kitchen, the chef guy? Don't mind me with the baseball bat, though. Pay no mind. Oh, fuck, I already used the soda cans. That's right, in the beginning. Oh, could always just for a cleave, I suppose. Oh, well, I could have just messed with the fuse box. He's probably also gonna see the crate and get suspicious. Oh, crate, briefcase. Yeah, he doesn't like the crate either. Why do I keep calling it a crate? All of this just so we can make a few extra bucks. He's probably not even gonna give me enough to pay for the bat, but whatever, it's fine. Eh? But he also finds the briefcase sus. Oh, the dump point's all over there, right? Well, let's just hope no one else goes out in this kitchen. I didn't even need this guy. The whole room is cleared out now. Oh wait, there is one there. Do we have enough time for this? I knew there was another one close by. Yeah, there you go. Actually, I didn't even have to poison that now, because the whole room is clear. Well, now we just wait for Mr. Moneybags to come back. Hey, yes. He doesn't even need to drink that. Thanks for the money. My bat is standing up. Nice. Well, how much money did he have? Oh, hi! What are you doing here? This is my money. Nah, he didn't even give me enough. Enough to pay back for the bat. Oh, well, whatever. What's this guy up to? Need to kill him in an accident? An explosive golf ball accident? Wait, is that a flying bat?
Hey, you hear me?
Ah,
You might have
strange.
some disturbance.
Oh fuck. Hello, sir. How's it going? It would be a shame if an accident were about to occur, wouldn't it? An accident involving this kitchen knife.
Syndicate member eliminated. Well done, 47.
What is in here? A crate. God damn it, man. Why did he calm down so quickly? The other guy was already investigating. Oh, whatever. We got him. Give me my kitchen knife.
Report at the reception desk. That was Connie Engstrom. Please go to the reception desk.
Wait, no, where was the other guy? Oh, he's just at that shop out there. Gotta sneak past the receptionist lady. Guess I'll quickly see if I can find that last clue. No, I don't feel like it would be here though. thought that was a person. That was a watermelon stacking each other. I thought that was a guy. It's not that, right? There's no way. Yeah, that's just a newspaper. Oh wait, it's right there. Hey, we got the final clue. Now we can finally see what's up with the safe. Oh, it's just money. 3K! Pog, we made our money back from the bat. Oh, you can just blow it up? Really? I suppose that makes sense, but that sounds a bit cheesy though. So for me at least. But that's nice that the option is there for it. Because they are kind of difficult to find the free clues. No. But I'm military, isn't that enough? Isn't that enough of an invite? Quick, but no one's looking. Quick, quick, quick. Calm. You didn't do it fast enough. Wait, what is he doing?
Jesus!
Where?
Hey, you can't. What did I? Oh, I heard something crack. What the fuck? Somebody help me! No way.
Oh no, where did he go? Oh my god, holy shit. Wait, he closed the door.
Did he just like
In our hearts, aw. How wholesome. Oh shit, wait.
stand up? Hey, what are you doing?
That guy knows too much. Oh. And then this guy walked in. Oh, time for this. Where'd he go? Where is he?
Is everything okay?
Oh. What happened? Oh my god, holy shit, someone's playing golf.
Surely be a blow to the syndicate. Return to the safe house. Collect your.
It's a military guy.
I'll be in touch.
Oh, the exit's right here.
Hey, soldier.
Hi, how's it going? Quick. I'm out of here, man. Smooth. Showdown time. Pog. Yes, boxing. Best of luck. Best of luck, my good sir. Skillful ICA assassin. Really? You think so, game? Thank you. Yes. Hardcore mode. All terror. Wait, who's he playing
Impressive work,
chess with?
Let me know when you're ready for your next assignment.
He playing chess with Diana over Zoom. Oh my god! And then you just see this flamingo. ICA titanium crowbar breaching charging. Antique emetic syringe. I feel like the breaching charge would be the best thing. So we can actually open some doors. Oh, I have to hold. Wellington Creek, Dubai, New York. Let's just go to Dubai again. Why do you want me to eliminate a guard with an SMG? Sniper rifle kill. What the fuck are these objectives? Eliminate any target with a shuriken. Oh, if only. Open safe. There isn't even a safe on this level. Silent assassin. I guess that's the only one I can go for. Do we need keycards on Dubai? I think so. Where do we put the breaching charge? Going in with only a scrambler. Let's do it. We're heading back to Dubai.
Have a good trip, 47.
Wait, the flamingo head is flipping through the ceiling of the car. Nice.
Welcome to the Scepter, Dubai. We have intel that the Syndicate is active in the area. Good luck, 47.
Thank you.
On behalf of His Royal Highness Omar Al
Holy
Ghazali,
shit.
I bid you
So many fucking icons on the map again. Is this? This is Mr. Moneybags in the same spot again. What? You look like an idiot. He says.
Oh, you're here! How wonderful! You know, I didn't think you'd come after your tragic loss.
There's two Mr. Moneybags this time.
Marcus Stuyvesant was a god to struggling artists. His and your generosity helped so many. That's kind of you.
Hey man.
With who can I go?
Watching Steven Seagal's The Patriot now. Oh shit. Sure sounds like a Steven movie. The Patriot.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Is that the cowboy one or something? Cowboy-like one? Wild West style one?
Lucy, you are needed at the inauguration. And there are some other issues I'd like to run by you.
Then the US, man. Steven's
Get me a
home.
drink, a strong one.
Yes, of course, miss.
Man, what is that one line again? Where he's like, but I still love my country or something like that.
Now please, be my guests and celebrate. And thank you.
Oh shit. It's just before he became Big Steven.
This is my day, and I pay you to make sure I can enjoy it. Understood? Yes.
Where am I going?
Now, off you go.
Lost.
God,
I'm so
Yeah, no, what lie you're talking about. Yeah, but how does it go again? It's like, I'm a loyal man or something. I forget, but it's just like, but I still love my country. I don't know how I'm gonna get that guy.
really stick out here.
It's just a drink.
How can I make some
Don't
noise for this
mind
guy?
you? Oh, I really think you are putting on a brave face. You shouldn't be hiding back here. You should be out there celebrating life.
Run! Soda can. Perfect.
But as long as you know I'm here for you. As I said, it's only if something goes wrong or that dreadful critic insists on speaking to me now that I'll be kept away from my friend Cornelius Stuyvesant. Everything is going fabulously out.
Command, we might have a situation.
I really
I'll check the
can't
perimeter.
say how much
Over.
I appreciate all you have done for me. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Not to sound arrogant. Such a good idea.
Look, Lucy, I'm sorry, but you have to. Can we talk later?
I know you do.
With him being like, oh, I believe everyone out there's out there to fuck with. Oh, was that one? Where he's just like, I lost my faith in mankind. Lost my faith in mankind a long time ago. Oh yeah, it's that when I'm a bad man. Done really bad things. But I still love my country. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's the one. I gotta do this one thing. Do this one thing. Do something right before I die or something like that. And then he's like, yeah, so I'm willing to help you. Yeah, it's yeah. It's like that. It's exactly like that. That was the line I was thinking of. But still want to do one last good thing before I die. Man, that one was so good. That mercenary absolution. That one is a true classic Steven movie. How many fucking couriers run this map? It's 2. I have no idea how I'm gonna get that guy though. Let's check the other courier. Can I actually get higher? Exactly, that's also why it's a classic, because it has that moment like, the boss? Where the fuck is the boss? You know Steven's movies too well. Hell yeah, I mean at this point we might as well be experts in Steven movies.
This is the awesome thing to happen.
What makes you say that? All the water surrounding the electrical fixture?
I mean I can get all these items anywhere, so I just get the big one I guess.
That's point number 1 for sure.
Not the worst. Yeah, see, oh yeah. Steven just being fully clothed in his leather jacket, and you can just he just didn't take it off, man.
Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Look at Boxy with the raid. Appreciate the raid, Boxy. F. What happened? Did you guess wrong? Feels bad. Raid. No, what happened? What happened to your showdown? Yeah, give me the crystal ball. Rusty board. Give me the icicle. Oh. There's no downside. I mean, I guess a normal mode, yeah, there's probably no downside to killing the wrong guy. But on hardcore mode, there probably is. I guess that means. Hey man, what you got?
You look like you're in need of some
It's a
hardware.
janitor.
If you got the cash, I got the product.
Sure.
What is that? Remote flash device. Oh, I see. You just get spotted out of nowhere. Randomly. Oh, and that sucks even more. What the fuck? Got murdered right at the exit. Feels bad, man. Rip. Rifle kill. I can't even do that. Headshot kills only.
Come back if you need more.
I don't have anything good. Where are these guys?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, just wanted to remind you about the lockdown drill tomorrow. That's right, 900 hours.
But he's
Key
the
cards
sleepy
activated on
god?
safe in the security room.
Okay.
Yeah, same code. 6927. Just don't tell your mother or I'll have to shoot. Okay.
Thanks for telling this
Right, but
code to
remember,
your friend on the phone while I'm
radio
right
on
here.
both floors, otherwise nothing's gonna happen. Good. Yeah.
Oh, rip. What's the
Have a good shift
silence
tomorrow. Talk to you
pistol?
later. Bye.
Even a lockpick too? Fucking don't.
Syndicate member eliminated. Well,
He was sleeping. God damn it. Quick, quick, quick. Oh,
Hey, Halloween.
I promise it's not what it looks like. I can't explain. I can't explain. It's not what it looks like, okay? It's just... I left my clothes back at home. So, you know, I have to borrow this guy's clothes, and, he's going on break, you see. He wants to take a nice nap in the closet. I'm sure he'll buy that.
That is clear. You.
No witnesses. Oh, that. Finally see what's inside this box. A frag grenade. Hey, I mean, might as well go out in style at this point. What is the icicles? But you lose your money too. Oh god, that's rough. Would have been fine. I mean, it would have been okay if you lost all the items. I guess that would have been fine. But all the money too. That's tough. Oh, half your money? Okay, that's. mean, that's all good. That's good to know now, though. That you lose all the items, and if you fail, then, well, might as well just bring stuff. I was just saving them, really. I could fucking frag grenade this guy and then just run out of here. Oh, he's too far. No. Grinding for the good run. Yeah, you could do that. Grind up a whole bunch of money. And then just get the god run. Oh, fuck.
Stop detonations going off. Echo, move to investigate. I'm on your 6. Move, move.
They should would exit the mission before the objective. I mean, I just killed him.
Well done, 47. This will surely be a
There we go. I'm out of here.
Get back to the safe house and I'll be in touch.
Smooth. Find the exit keys. Find the exit he's gonna go for. I'll try to remember that. If I'm not panicking too much in this situation. Black cat. Yo, I got the bathroom now finally. Finally, I can piss too now.
Good work back there. The Syndicate took a serious blow, but there is still much work to get done. Recuperate.
You haven't seen it for
your
Justice
next
yet?
assignment.
Yep, that's gonna be fun. To watch a good old Steven movie again. Silent assassin suit only. Oof. I wanna say Wellington Creek for last. Let's do New York now. Silent sniper, take no damage, headshot kill only. Oh, I gotta put this gun away. Do it. Let me quickly see what the other ones are. But also say, well, so if I failed this one here now, I'll still be okay. It's only if you fail the showdown. Then everything, you lose everything. Oh, is it for this too? Okay. Flash device. Recent viral show. Yeah, the showdown fails the whole thing. Ah, okay. Yeah, if I fail this, then the last one's just gonna be alerted. Yeah. And then yeah, failing alerted fails the whole thing. Whenever you change into a new disguise, the timer resets. Yeah, okay, yeah, well then. Silent assassin, that sounds the best one. Then I might as well just bring my pistol. The silent pistol that I stole from that assassin. And it just perfectly fits my gear cap. Bathroom.
You can now gain access to a new area in the safe house.
I thought I was gonna read it or something. No, I don't want to bring the newspaper. Papa Ducky. Oh, is it melee weapons, I guess? I don't want this newspaper. Get rid of it. You drop it, I don't say it'll be so okay. Yeah. I don't want the newspaper, man. That was money because you had to bank.
I'll be in touch when you reach your
To
destination.
New York.
Welcome to New York. We have been informed that the Syndicate is currently in operation here. Find the target and eliminate. You know what to do, 47.
I don't have a fish.
I know it's futile, but I'd really like to know if my briefcase is turned up. It's very important.
Hello, I am here to make a very, very, very serious business meeting. I'm here for a very, very important business meeting. Believe it or not. Well, out of here, I don't remember. Run.
Maintenance had a look at the deposit box room camera. Broken one.
Yeah, Perez brought someone down there himself. The man is really hands-on today. I've only seen him this proactive once before. You know,
Whatever he's on, I want some of that.
They're also running the investigation upstairs.
No.
Wouldn't it be high just like the flamingo? And know a guy that can hook you up.
But I don't know when to work.
Well, I guess if we need him, break one of the cameras, he'll come running.
Huh? What was that? Must have been the wind.
I just heard something. I don't know. I'm gonna go check it out.
Are you checking it out?
Command, it's me. Nothing worth wasting our
You
time.
didn't even move a muscle. You just stood there. Wow, nice searching, buddy. Don't look at my flamingo ass. What? I could have sworn I just saw a flamingo. No, you're just seeing things, buddy.
Hey, somebody try to be funny here or what?
Who is it? It's a janitor.
Up and running.
That music right now.
Say, aren't you Ruby Red, the investigative reporter? I love your expose on the Munch Talk data abuse. I mean, wow. Jason Portman must hate you. So, what are you working on now?
I'm sorry?
He's come to
I
the
don't know
director's
what you're
office.
talking about.
I feel like giving that
Tina
bit
Smith?
woman a piece of my mind.
Right.
I gave this place everything.
No, I'm just not who you think I am, sir. Now, please leave me alone or I'll be forced to alert security.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really look like her. Have a good day.
Indeed. What the hell are we doing? What is the game plan? For the flamingo. Silent assassins who are only on the bank. Banana. Oh, I don't have a banana this time. Fortunately. I wasn't sent by the banana cartel this time. I don't think he heard that. No banana. Yes, indeed. What is the game plan then? If no banana. Hey man.
Hello? I need to throw it further into the room apparently. Nope, don't. Yeah, man, just leaves that fucking faulty car battery in the ground. Oh my god. Stop! You're not Dwight. Stop messing with the closet. I don't mind there's a battery on the floor. It's just fine. It's been there the whole time, probably. Let's try this again. He threw it further into the room this time. Hey, come out, come there.
Hi. I'm in your walls. Imagine he said that, man. Panic. Wait, how does he not see him? How did...
I can't believe it. I hit every quota they threw at me. How could she do this?
What?
I can't be fired.
And the battery in the background? Oh my god, how the fuck? How that... Oh my god. What? How did he not notice him? It's like something out of a comedy right there. What the hell? How did he not notice the unconscious cop on the door? At the open door. Holy shit, man. Alright, well, I'll take it. Yeah, for this cop right here. It's rockers. Yeah, who knows? How the hell? Oh my god. That's amazing. Wait, actually, I still need the cop battery. Is he not wondering where his friend went? The cop. I guess the cop just landed like perfectly.
What that could be.
Me too. Just imagine watching that. It's just you're like walking down the hall and then you just see a flamingo dragging a guy into the janitor room. We don't need the car battery anymore. I mean, I'd just be like, oh well, okay, that's enough coffee for today. Yeah, you just see that flamingo, that's like, alright, you know what? I'ma head out. I'ma just head out. I think that's enough. I think that's enough coffee for me today. I think that's enough caffeine for me.
Jesus, who's breaking stuff? What was that?
Indeed. I think another person comes down here, don't they? I meant to throw it at him, not that.
Huh?
It fell from the ceiling, sir.
Is that on purpose?
It fell from the ceiling. Someone's trying to prank you. Someone's trying to pull a funny one. Shh. Come here. You too. You're coming to the gen in this room with me. There's not enough room in the closet, though. So how does this go from here? I do not remember. My flamingo knows. Does anyone care? No one seems to care. Where is this guy? Oh, he's over there. He's at the stock market. Fuck, how am I gonna get over there? I thought he was in this hallway right here. Up. What? Fucking. How does he not see me? I just see a crouch running flamingo sprinting down the stairs. Where is he? Fuck, I don't remember how you get to the stock market place. Oh my god. How has this mission not failed yet? Thank god these people have like insane tunnel vision. Where's the woman? I want to take her out. I'll feel safer when I've taken her out. Ooh. Go. Move your flamingo ass. Go. What do we do now? Is that the cop? Oh god. That's not the cop, but...
Damn. They said it was around here. Why can't I find it? Stupid.
Bonk. The flamingo strikes to the janitor room with you, just like the rest of them. Wait, is that the lady? Fuck. I don't know who it is, but someone's coming down. Pay no mind to the random crowbar and fire extinguisher on the ground. Pay no mind to that. Ignore it. Wait, who the fuck is that guy? Oh, he's one of the normal targets in the main map.
Teresa, it's me. Listen, I need your advice. Remember that situation at work I was talking about? Well,
Poor guy.
I hit a bit of an obstacle
I mean, he
here.
closed the Berman account, which netted the bank a cool 10
No,
million.
nobody's discovered anything, but for some reason, security is super high today.
The director does not appreciate that sweater look.
There's an apple. The Apple Cartel sent us. Stay hungry, stay vigilant. That's some vulture. Oh, oh, oh. Close call. Close the door, madam. Hopefully he hopefully he closes the door too. Probably not though, he's probably gonna leave it open. Close the door, 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 close the door.
And off.
Okay, your friend didn't give a fuck about it. Thank God. If I go out, we should be fine. No, it's still trespassing. What area is that? What's that called? Oh, yeah, okay. I see why it's still trespassing. VIP client, huh? I gotta make it over there, but there's the camera. Unless I can sneak past all these guys. I mean, they might be too occupied. Maybe it could. Hi. I work here, okay? Fuck, fuck. I told you I work here. I'm the bank's mascot.
Now, we've looked through all your paperwork, and I'm pleased to say that we here at Building Fitzpatrick very much
There ain't no way I'm gonna destroy the camera over there with the guard next to it.
if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
What is the secret behind your famous hot sauce? Me and the family just can't get enough of it.
Wait, did he move? No, he's still there. Wait, if I go in front of the counter, I don't think that's trespassing.
Oh, have we talked to everyone?
No, I think
Oh.
I saw him go into the bathrooms. He's been there for ages.
Doesn't sound promising. Yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let me know when he comes out.
Will do.
Blend in. I deserve that. I'm just waiting my turn. Oh, I could shoot him right here. Alright, there it is. I'm sorry, I was about to say, I remember that being like a pipe here somewhere you climb. Right there. Pipe. No one suspects a thing. Just like Octodad. What is in here?
So if I ever leave for here, I should make myself
No one gave a fuck about that crowbar.
Third day, huh? How are you finding things here at the bank?
I just gotta leave an apple. That'll entice him to come this way.
I almost didn't recognize her. She's changed.
He's drinking that.
She like back then? She's pretty intense these days.
Very ambitious. I was green back then, fresh out of school. I remember one time we'd been in a meeting with the managing director to express
I wanted to move just in case that god came in here, but he didn't. I feel like that god is gonna screw me over. Huh? If anyone's gonna screw me over, I feel like it's that god.
It was a report showing every mistake or lapse in Darcy's direction responsible for the past 6 years. She's been collecting them for a rainy day. Passed the document onto the board.
Now he's over there. God. How easy it would be to just blast him right now. I think the wrong person is checking that out.
Would you?
No. Right, of course they send the god. Well, I still have my newspaper. Okay, well, I think I see how we possibly have to do this. Where's the other god? I have no idea.
Wow.
Close the door behind you. Close the door. Close the door. Oh, but he's not even a god.
Don't see a thing.
Yeah. I couldn't care less.
Is that the god? That is. Okay. Well, I mean, if he comes in here, I guess we could take him out. Just so he doesn't fuck us over later. He's just gonna stand there.
What? Command. Thought I heard something. Checking it out. Over.
Over.
Hey, what's going on? Who's there?
Go to your happy place. Sweet, now I don't know about him. I want my crowbar back. I don't think I can though. Do not think I can get it back.
Yeah, we do.
I've got nothing here. Must have been a rat or something.
A rat? I mean, it is New York, so I guess. Somehow no one heard that, even though that was so loud and so echoey.
Hello? Who made that sound?
A rat. Ratch. Jesus Christ. I could drag her in there, but I don't know. Don't want to risk it. Right. Now it could possibly get him in a good spot by himself. As long as he doesn't send someone else to check it out. I just need him. He goes over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he goes over to this computer. I just need him to go over to that. The apple might come in handy here. Last thing he'll ever see is an apple before he dies. Last thing he'll see is an apple on the ground. Wait for him to come back. He takes so long to come back. He needs to go on the 5 different computers and hack a means each one of them. Here he comes. Please let him check it out.
Come on. Can you just go see what it was?
Of course you send the woman to check it out. Too scared to go do it yourself, huh?
Oh well. Wow.
Wow.
Anybody there?
Oh fuck.
Hello? Oh, for Christ's sake, that's gonna hurt.
I forgot about the other cops. Well, there goes my apple. A signature. They're pretty good though. Might as well finish it. Might as well finish it, Silent Assassin. Even though we didn't get it, because she saw the corpse in there. But hey, we did pretty good, so might as well finish it. They should come over here now. One day he'll come over here. Why does it sound like someone's walking next to me? Monk fucking W.
What do you think that noise was? You should go see.
That's understood.
I should have thrown it like more over there, to be honest. Oh well though.
We're over here. Damn. I heard that.
Game over.
There?
He actually died.
Good work, 47. You've spread fear within the Syndicate. Return to the safe house. Collect yourself. I'll be in touch.
Unlike that other guy who just fucking took it like a champ. But might as well check the shop before we leave. Got anything good, man?
You got cash? I might have something to sell.
Very well.
No, it's not too interesting.
You know where I am.
About to say the penguin, but no, the flamingo. The flamingo has left the bank. Hunt an assassin. Yeah, we did pretty good. It's just a shame that corpse got spotted in the end. But oh well. Time for the big one. The showdown.
Impressive work, 47. Let me know when you're ready for your next assignment.
What the fuck? This is WWE Ultimate Showdown. On the left, Agent 47. On the right, the Ghost Maker. Pog, let's go. It's a showdown of the century. 6 suspects. Holy shit. High target, body, sniper, explosive.
Well done, 47. We now know the current whereabouts of the Syndicate leader.
They be sus. They do be kind of sus, yeah. They do be a bit sussy. Wait, this is the same. Well, this is the same 3 things as last time: business meeting, bookworm, dehydrated, glasses, hat, no hair, tattoo. It tries to hold it.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Oh no, he said it.
Sussy Wussy.
He said it, Suzy Wuzzy. Ooh, lethal syringe. Legendary remote explosive devil rubber duck. Satan. That item in the middle, though. Yeah, I know, right? Look at it. It's pretty good, right? Looking good. Oh my god, I can't. The flamingo nose is still blocking it. Not blocking the syringe. Even though this is legendary, I want the syringe. Millie, if you're lucky and have enough, you can get epic and legendary from supplies. Nah. Explosive crate. Oh, safe. I don't want to do that because I have the breaching charge. But what do I have on me right now? How much space does a syringe take, too? Oh, I don't... No, I don't need that. I think the breaching charge is 2. Oh no, it's free. Well, I mean, yeah, let's just get rid of the rat poison. Bring the breaching charge. Get the breaching charge, got my gun, got my syringe. So let's get this one in the middle. Let's do it. What do we got on the table this time? Just pictures of it. Let's go to this. Let's go to this suburban neighborhood in America. The flamingo hit clips through the car too. Just the roof of the car.
Welcome to Whittleton Creek. This is it.
Castro Flamingo
Track down
pulling up.
syndicate leader. You need to identify the target first. Nevertheless, we do know this. They are here to attend a business meeting. As for the description, we know that they have no hair. They are sporting a tattoo. They are wearing glasses and wearing a hat. Furthermore, your
And wearing
target
a hat.
enjoys reading, and they suffer from dehydration. I hope this will help. Godspeed, 47.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind that. You can report it on my behalf. Thank you. That guy doesn't have a hat. Come on now. Why do you report that? Is it like on the forum? Glasses, hat, tattoo, no hair. This guy, he fits the 4 descriptions. Now, is he here for a business meeting? I don't know. At first glance, doesn't look like it. Oh, but he's drinking. I take it. Gotcha. Is he gonna bust out a book? Now he's eating. Oh, there's 3 of them in here. And there's one over here and 2 behind me. hi. You have tattoos, right? Yeah, you got flame tattoos. The glasses, a hat, tattoo. I can't really tell if she's Hannah. I mean, it doesn't really look like it. Oh, are these two gonna talk?
And Mr. Wilson standing behind the grill, even though there's clearly no more gas on it.
I know. It's weird. Why doesn't he go
Hey there. Hope all is good.
Yeah, talking.
Intriguing, 47. They seem to be in the middle of an exchange. Keep a close eye on them.
How is it on your end?
Sure.
Why not just go
Better split.
inside? It's open
Don't want to
to
raise any
everyone.
suspicion. Okay. Talk to you later.
Sure.
It doesn't have the business meeting icon. What is that considered as? What was that? What did you just do? I cannot for the life of me tell if that guy has a tattoo.
Have secrets. We have a right to know them. The Wilsons? Sounds like a made-up name if you ask me.
I forget. I'm allowed in the party, aren't I? This is not trespassing. Oh, bloody.
God, I love that flamingo suit. So funny.
Your house is so beautiful. I'm really impressed. It's wonderful things here. I wish my husband would let me have that much art inside the house, but he.
Why did they move to the right? What am I doing?
Well,
He doesn't look like someone who has a tattoo, but I mean,
the same way I do. Well,
he's all covered up. How am I supposed to tell? Does he have hand tattoos?
although I have to say, it's been challenging to find a good place for my old microfilm viewer.
What about your other hand?
Just collecting dust in the attic.
Oh, he has a spider tattoo in his other hand. It could be on his butt for all we know. Very true. Well, that'd be funny. He has a widow tattoo. What widow tattoo? And he just drank. And wait, but does he? I don't think he had glasses. No, this guy doesn't have glasses. He's nuts, sus. He's just into spiders. That's all.
Hi.
Do you have hair? What a rude Christian. I need to know if you have hair or not. You might be a suspect. Or not. I need this crucial information first.
Where's the package? Of course. Guard
Nope.
it with your life. Okay? Of course. I think we're done.
That's the
I got a
second
busy
package
schedule.
he's gotten
See you
from
around.
someone.
I'll keep you updated.
That guy has hair. Oh my god, it's so awkward to attack when they're right next to each other.
You know, flamingos kind of defy the whole concept of natural selection. I mean, they're pink, and they stand around on one leg.
I have 3 left. I have him, the lady, right? That's him, and then the lady wherever she is, and then whoever this guy's on the other side. This is the lady, right? Yeah. Let's check the other side. If I get further than you, then baby rage, well, have to see how this goes. Showdown. Fail, fail, fail. Yeah, this is how far you go, right? And then yeah, the game screwed you over.
Listen, I swear I have a license for it. I just don't bring it with me.
You can't just confiscate my property.
I need it to get rid of an aggressively invasive mold.
job, kid. Oh, thank you. He's just gonna spot me with his binoculars. Wait, is he in the party now? What? Where the hell?
Honey, it's me.
I could have just stayed.
Gold? Yes, I know they're coming for dinner. The Janice's oddball nurse is added to camp.
Oh yeah, the bird guy.
I think he comes early.
There's people in here. He's down here. Shop guy.
You look like you're in
Shop
need of some
lady.
hardware. If you got the cash, I got the product.
I guess so.
Yeah, you could always do that. I mean, yeah, if you really want to play it, and yeah, you want to play it off stream, you could always play off stream and record the footage. And then yeah, when you get closer to the end, you could always stream that. Explosive kill. Remote. I wonder if the phone counts for that. Oh yeah, oh god. That's gonna fill up quick, that hard drive, yep. It's gonna be full of Hitman. Big Hitman video files. Yeah, you know what, I'll get the phone. Yeah, you have 2 terabytes left? Yeah. Should be okay.
Come back if you need more.
Should be fine. Because I think there's one. I think it's in the tree houses box. It is. Pool ball. Hey, you could play that. Chill out with that. Feels good, man. Vampire Survivors. Excuse me. 1,800 gigabytes. That's almost 2 terabytes. Wait, hold up a second. What the fuck did that to that game? Completely overhauled it. Where is he now? This guy gets around. They are not suspicious anymore. That's him. Only 340 MB. Oh my god. It barely takes up any space at all. Okay, well, this guy drinks. Take it down from here. Hello, I totally wasn't snooping around in the neighbor's place. Wait, he's reading a book. Now all he needs is the business meeting and to fill those other things out. I am gonna need a disguise.
drop off the surveillance tapes and jam.
What, really? Even with all the updates over the years, it's still below 1 gig? Minecraft, that is crazy, actually.
Yeah.
Huh? You, go.
Understood.
He's at a really awkward angle.
Clear. There's nothing here.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay. We might have a situation. I'll
Quick,
check the
hurry up.
perimeter. Over.
Hurry up. Get in the bush. Get in the bush already.
Who is there?
There we go. Assam, what are you guys? I became bald. Is that just shave? That just shave my head, you know, just spontaneous, you know. That happens sometimes. There's probably more code than acids. You know what? I'll believe it, because that's a lot of shit. It's pretty advanced now, Minecraft these days. Give me the coconut. Well, not advanced, but you know, it's just a whole bunch of content they've added to the game over the years.
So what happened here?
Someone found my bush friend.
Looks a bit cold, mister.
Sip the coconut. Oh, I can do that? Only. Could have a natural refresher. It was rotten.
Oh, thank God
but
you're alive. I just... I think I need to get some help. I'm just gonna go get some help.
where is he now? This guy? I cannot keep track of him. He's all the way over there now.
Just stay here, okay?
I cannot keep track of this last guy to save my life.
Hey, hey! Wake up! I need you to get your shit together. You need to get all the possible suspects.
Assassin alert. Nope. What does that mean? Does that mean the guy's leaving? It's just that guy, right? I mean, he's not sus. Jam time. Oh, this is not even the right outfit. Does he even have a tattoo?
Is that?
Go check the bush, man. Oh no, that guy turned
That ain't
around.
funny. Someone could get hurt.
One suspicious individual left the area. Behind with me.
I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. False alarm.
Do you really have to stand right there? Yes, sir. Do you really have to stand right there? What? Calm down, game. He just moved. Relax with the beat drop, man. Boom. That was a camera. 99 suspicious individuals. I don't. Does he have a tattoo? I feel like he doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, me here. Just checking out a strange sound. Over. Anyone there?
No. Come into the bush with me. Where did my pool ball land? Don't turn around.
How are you today?
Just fine, Jaden, darling.
Yeah. So the other day,
We've made it into the house. We made it into the house, but... Oh, he's just gonna make past Janice. I wanna get to the save. Are you just gonna stand there for forever, old man? Come on, gotta move on. Someone found. Oh no. Oh, how did you find him in the bush? Where's my camera?
buddy. Hello.
Okay, he does have a tattoo, so this guy could be it. Cause I think. Wait, I don't remember now. Did we see him drink? He had the book, didn't he? Wait, how did he see him? Okay. I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to gamble that it's this guy.
Go find some help. Okay. This is not good.
You need to hurry. The target is trying to escape.
Is he? It is not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere, Diane. It's okay. Well, I don't remember now if he had a drink or not, but hey. Please be the target. How does that miss? Feels XCOM, man. He was the target.
The leader is eliminated, sending a clear message.
Hawk.
Return to the safe house. Collect yourself.
It was the guy. I was right. I was lucky. Oh, man, I do want to get the safe though.
Found another package. Yeah. Tossed it into the trash like the other one. I really like that. Mr. Janice wants to smoke, but stop. Hey, this keep the man alive.
Oh my god, it's all the way in like the attic.
I really don't think our duty goes that far. The old man wants a few smokes during the day, so what? He's older than the trees by now. Let's have some fun.
It's older than the trees,
in
man.
bed at night. Sure the covers are neatly folded.
Yeah, that's like thing for the safe.
What was that?
Man, some idiot is throwing stuff around. Hold on.
Hide the targets, buddy. I don't know if I can do that, maybe. Might be able to put him in the basement. Open save with explosive. Hopefully the breach charge counts. That should be. It should count. Yeah. Easy 3K. Guess I might as well check what's in this crate. My fish. We meet again. Meet again, old friend. Exactly, fish. Meet again, old friend. Oh, hi. It's not even open. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Let's just get out of here. Business burner phone. Let's make a nice little phone call before we leave. No, he destroys it. Investigating distraction. What? Oh, then they all come to the phone. I guess. Oh, the mailman fell asleep. He's gonna miss the bus. Oh no, he woke up. Yeah, it sets a meeting point, which I'm guessing is the phone.
This will make anyone think twice before turning to a life of crime.
Yeah, he woke up, but he didn't have enough time to get on the bus. Baby Rage, go home. You didn't fail. Exactly, you need to get good, man. They got fucking defeated by a banana. And by me just getting lucky that it was this one guy that found us other cops. Shadow, I see his ass. Yeah, if you say so. Yeah, if you say so, game. You should take your revenge. Now tomorrow you're just gonna fucking hardcore grind it all day. The ornamental pistol. Oh, we're playing chess again with Diana over Zoom. They got defeated by a man in a flamingo.
Well done, 47. The Syndicate has been eliminated. However, I have intel that there are more connected. Finish the job. Take them all down, and you will be well rewarded. Get back to me when you're ready.
What did you give me this time, Diana? I'm blending. Flamingo is blending. Attack 4SA jungle. Assault rifle. This is my rifle. What did it say? Browse thematic weapons. Oh, these are the weapons you unlock. Give your pistol a bit of a Rasha Mats, which is looks like a beautiful gold-plated pistol. Even every now and assassin can play gangster once in a while. Gangster 47. It sucks you can't have the fish. You can't have my fish, man. Why can't I have my fish displayed? The fish is in a display case next to the banana. Expensive, luxurious case. The two most important items. Unplayable. Refund game. I can't display my banana. All my phone. All my fish. What is this? Literally unplayable. The dumper? What? Pluto. The cleaner. The decoy. 0 out of 10. IOI. Out of touch with gamers. They don't know what gamers really want. They don't know that gamers, they just... All the gamers want is that they can display their banana and fish in display cases. Look elsewhere. Look elsewhere. Oh yeah, wait, wasn't there a review that actually said that? Well, I forget what game that was for. Look elsewhere. That sounds familiar. Where's the flamingo? Right here. There's your flamingo. And the flamingo's jamming out in chat too. Holy shit, it's the flamingo. Yeah, it's not clickbait. Title's not clickbait. Flamingo's right there. In the feathers. Alright, well, who should we go for next? I don't know, you can pick. You pick one if you want, Twitch chat. Who do you want us to murder? Submission muck random. The cleaner, Pluto, the salesman, the boat pusher, the decoy, the analytic, Iceman, or the dumper. Mm-hmm. Yes. What does the coin say? What is the coin telling us? You had to restart your phone to send that message? Oh my god. Your phone can't handle the flamingo. Flamingo's too much. Yeah, does anyone have an eight-sided coin? Anyone here have an 8-sided coin that we can flip to make a decision here? I want to go for the salesman. Or the dumper. The dumper sounds funny. Let's go for the dumper. It's Dubai again. The dumper. Yeah, what the fuck? What kind of crime leader calls himself the dumper? Destroying natural resources driven by greedy exploration of corrupt political genders. Polluting and putting food sources, causing famine and logical disasters. Active in the extinction of endangered species. Ah yes. Here we are. Everyone at the table. With the infamous dumper. Yeah. News college, but they're like, alright, there's a very serious criminal. He is not to be interacted with. He is to be feared with. You should stay away from it all. You should stay away from it at all cost. Agencies around the world are working together to take this man down. To take down the dumper. Take down the infamous dumper. The dumper man who takes a dump on every job. What the fuck? Is that how he got his name? Sadly, it is someone polluting Earth Day, so we have to take him down. We have to show him what happens to people who fuck with Earth. We gotta teach the dumper a lesson. The dumper. All the other ones have such cool names, like the cleaner, the decoy, the analytic, the salesman, the vote pusher, Iceman. I mean, then there's also just Pluto, but which is a bit random, but yeah. And then you have the dump. And then eco crime. Let's go. They call me the dump. What the fuck, man? It's me. How does it feel? How does it feel to be face to face with the legendary the dumb boy? What? What a name, man! No, how can anyone take you serious with a name like the Dumper? Jesus Christ, man! The name's Dumper. The Dumper. What the fuck, man? Mr. Bond, we meet again. The Dumper. It has been a while. Yeah, imagine him being a James Bond villain. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, then he would definitely make that facial expression. Daniel Craig is like the Dumper. It has been a while indeed. Christ, man, we're just making fun of this criminal's name. Man, why did he get this nickname? What the fuck, man? Alright, we gotta go teach him a lesson. Let's get the difficult one out of the way. Paris. 420 payout. Drowning, kill, make target slip, poison god. Another breach charge. Another lethal. 420 payout. Who offered this contract? Is it Snoop? I can't see through your flamingo head. Sorry, can you move your flamingo nose out of the way? It's kind of blocking. Even if I do this, you still can't see it. The flamingo nose is in the way. I'll take another breach touch. My nose is too big, sorry about that. Silent assassin. Ain't no way that's happening. I'll get this safe thing again. Bring our silent pistol that we stole from that other assassin. I have 2 more spots. Bring there's not even any need to bring that. We need to bring this right here. There you go. Now we're set. We got our syringe, we got our gun, and we got our breaching charge. Your big ass nose is blocking the camera. I'm sorry. No, stop it. Stop making fun of my nose. My big flamingo nose. Nobody will notice if there is nobody to notice. Let's go. To Paris.
Have a good trip, 47.
Let's begin the hunt. Begin the hunt and search for the legendary The Dumper. What the fuck? It's lacking. No. Come on, Twitch. Get your shit together.
Welcome to Paris. The Syndicate is currently operating in the area. Find them and eliminate.
So the deaf can watch
But
us hunt
this
down
is
the
not going to
Dumper.
be easy. Previous actions have put them on high alert, so you need to be tactical. Good
I
luck,
am
47.
tactical. Just look at me. I'm a flamingo. I blend in everywhere. Where did the sound go? No.
Bold and impossible to ignore. And with newly appointed head designer Sebastian Sato at the helm, tonight's show should prove no exception.
50-second delay? Holy
Oldest young
shit.
designers of his generation.
Holy mobile experience. Is Diana gonna say the thing?
Step right in, sir. Enjoy
Probably
your
not.
Dashing, isn't he?
Dash.
The owner of Sanguine, right?
You wanna watch the Dumbo takedown, exactly. You wanna watch the Dumbo. You wanna watch the Flamingo put an end to the Dumpers' legendary crime spree. Hello? Is he outside or inside? No, he is in fact outside. Hey, hey. You got the stuff, man? Ma'am. You got the stuff?
I have hardware, if you're interested.
Suppose I am.
Wait, is that silence? Oh shit, it is. Wait, that's a lockpick. I want to see the Flamingo go insane with Robo-like skill. Oh wait, this one's silenced too. Let's get the lockpick. Maybe we'll come back for this. If I can get enough money.
You know where to come if you need anything else.
Look, Daniel, she's nice.
Wonka.
I don't know.
Still no
Look
answer.
at this guy. Hey, you mind? Kind of in the middle of something right here.
Pew pew pew. Pew 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 pew. They want the silence. Pew pew. There's usually an invitation in here, isn't there? Maybe not in this game, Marv, I guess.
Hi. Yes.
Aw.
Oh.
My fish!
Yeah, look, I know it's late.
We've been reunited once again.
Look, I only need a lemon.
At long last. I don't know why I want to start. If I want to do the top or the back at the bottom.
Get up to that auction and
Probably
finish
do the
job.
top first. Like, it's the three of them are. Where is the safe? It's all doing at the top. Some of them are on the second floor. Flash device. Nah, give me the frag grenade. That's emergency button. The frag. Emergency in case everything goes to shit. No one gave a oh wait, there's a guy with that. But still, no one gave a fuck about that. That is for the cameras. You know the best disguise other than Mr. Flamingo. Here it is. The one and only LeChunk. LeChunk. He's LeChunking. Imagine looking out that window and you just see those flamingo feet hanging. Flamingo Plus. Yeah, it's just a flamingo dancing outside. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to see here. Like, imagine those people in the kitchen if they like look out. Get that guy right there and you see those hanging flamingo feet. Like, huh? What? Huh? The hell's going on? That's right. He's like, ah, what the fuck? Rich people, am I right? Rich people, am I right? And he just continues making food. Bottom. I need one of them come in here. Who does this? Golf club. Who does this vacuum cleaner attract? Another guy on there. Why is a vacuum cleaner suspicious? Get fished. Why is cleaning suspicious? People fishing. That's us. We're fishing. For assassinations. Wait, Mr. Moneybags is here. Yep, that's more accurate. We're fishing for the dumper. Fishing for the legendary dumper. One of you guys, Mr. Moneybags? Is he in here? No, what? Oh, nothing to see here. Just panic. Ran back into the room. It's all just wings over closer. Huh? What? What was that? Oh, whatever. Must have been the wind. Oh, you opened the door for me. Can you open the other door for me? He doesn't care that I'm here, but the guard does. Time to go to school. Have fun, Death. Have fun. At school. Hey. Smooth. Stole someone's lunch money. How much did you have on you? 1,402. Can I disguise myself in this game? Oh! What was that? Did I just break his leg? What the what? You okay, man? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what happened to that guy, but whatever. Oh, the door's locked from the inside too. Good thing I bought the lockpick. Is that a screwdriver? There's nothing.
Hey, you. No stage crewing.
Oh, he's the guy that controls this.
Huh. Wow. Never knew this stuff was so complicated. What's this one for?
Yeah, that's a fireworks remote. I wouldn't touch it if I were you. Look, not
Where the
because
hell does he
expecting a
go?
heads up before we trigger the display, so we can watch it
Doesn't
from
he
the
just
garden.
always stay here? Yeah, perfect DJ time. Scooby DJ. Jamming out. You know, I think I know how I can take this guy out. Wait, why are you boys coming this way? Nothing to see here, aight?
God, they're just so skinny. I feel like my skin would crawl if I touched them.
That's not gonna be a problem. You don't have a...
We could give him a little medicine.
chance.
I think he just stays here, doesn't he? Oh, wait, there's another one over here. He's a waiter.
What in the...
Oh, he's a waiter. Fancy place. Wait, oh yeah, wait, the safe is all the way at the top. Yeah, I think the only way I'm getting this guy is with this syringe. Look at my badge. Yeah, let's save him for last. Second last. What about the waiter? What's he up to? He doesn't know what's up or down apparently. The last two are all the way at the top. And this guy's just stuck there.
Oh, come on, not again.
But this guy doesn't know where he wants to go. Oh, I'm up with the grenade.
I get it. Good.
I think I'm gonna have to climb up there. Oh my god. That camera was almost like right in front of my legs. Yeah, I think I'm going the right way. I could just yoink him here and be like, whoops, and pull him up with the hatch. Yeah, that's probably not the smartest move though. Now what? Now where do we go from here? This is not blocked. Only like half of it is, which is kind of awkward. Can we lure one of these guys over here? What, a guy all the way over there got triggered? What the fuck?
Wait right here. You couldn't pay me to come with you.
Who's there?
Yeah, he's not gonna check that out. We need to time that just right, then we can actually do it. And then when we do it, hopefully no one from the inside sees us. Hey, you don't cater them here, right?
Hey, stop this ridiculous behavior.
Sorry. No one heard that glass break. No. Into the money. It's such a sketchy spot to have him in. Holy shit. I need a different the sky. Otherwise, this ain't gonna end well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that causes this juice. I can't use it without it being busted. Oh, actually, Park. One of the guys inside got ordered this time. Perfect. Hey, we just gotta wait for his question mark to go away, and then we throw the fish, and then hopefully he looks over here. Hopefully I can take him out. What the fuck are you? What are you doing in here? Not supposed to be here. You are not supposed to be here, sir. Okay, the door closed behind them. Quickly fucking blast them in the face.
Excellent work, 47.
Jesus Christ.
Spread fear within the syndicate.
Oh, I got my other disguise that I wanted. And was still good. Nice. Now some poison would be nice. Oh, no, he didn't stand back up. Unlike that other Terminator guy from earlier, no. This one, no, he died right on the spot. He didn't stand back up again. Like the guy from earlier. Holy shit, man, I don't... That guy, he was a fucking Terminator. He was something else. No, exactly, Yanni. It was like it was you. It was a different Terminator. He was something else. Holy shit! If I go up again, I'm pretty sure I have to get frisked, don't I? No? Okay, nice. Yeah, we just gotta find some rat boys.
Hey, Mr. Waiter.
I can't believe that. And it's okay, then he just stands up again right in front of me. That was crazy. Hi. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the kitchen. That's why they have the rat poison. It's either here in the basement. Where's the rat poison, damn it? Is there convenient rat poison here? Oh no, there's money. Where's the rat poison when you need it? I always have like 1 million on me. No, but now where is it when I need it? It's in the basement then. Oh wait, oh isn't it over here in the corner too?
At least this line looks like real clothes.
You seem tense, Sebastian. Here. Oh, stop the joke. Get on me.
Posted on Discord, I got you. Check it out when this is over. Rusty Crowbus. Give me the squeak toy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm hand to the true star tonight, Sebastian Sato.
The dumb bro. What the fuck, man? Did they remove the rat poison? Where's all the rat poison at? What happened? Where'd all the rat poison go? I think it's not here, because I think the person is selling rat poison. I think she was selling rat poison out here, so I guess I have to buy it. What a scam. I know, right? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure when we were here earlier, she was selling it. That explains why there's none around.
You don't need a tip, right?
She already joined all the rat poison. And she's selling it. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I see the thing you posted. Yeah, I saw that. I heard about that. The whole mess.
I am.
Yeah, see? She sells rat poison. The medic pills. That's why I can't find it, because she's selling it. Jesus Christ, man. At least it's only 500 this post. Thank you. Alright, now let's gotta get all the way back up again to the top. Truly, man, truly, what a scam. Now what? Is this where I came from?
What the hell is a bare knuckle boxer?
No.
The what? The sanguine boss, Novikov. Yeah.
Must have been this side. Yes, this side. I mean, the camera doesn't really matter.
Hey there, waiter.
So, wait, what? Excuse me?
I have to give you a pat down if you
No, I do have to get frisked there. Anyways, heck of me, spawn 100 aggressive guards. Wait, hold up, what? Excuse me? No, please. Don't mess with my game. I have too many illegal things. They're just gonna have to climb again. Heals the back, man. Yeah, the guards probably wouldn't even kill me. It's the lag that would kill me. skips every couple of seconds. What, the game? I mean, it should be fine. There's nothing wrong. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, I mean, that's just Twitch. I can't do anything with that. Because everything looks fine here. No buffering circle. I still can't do anything about it because everything's fine here. That's just Twitch.
Can we just be alone? Thank you.
Alone with who? The champagne? Bit hot to hear what I'm saying too. But because you're talking to the microphone.
I'm fine, thanks.
But yeah, I mean, it's just Twitch. I can't do anything about it. Because of the skips, well. I can't do anything about it.
Excuse us, could you come back in 5 minutes?
Try to refresh, I guess. I mean, it's just Twitch. I could try to listen to my own stream. See if I hear it too. Yeah, I mean, it seems fine for me. Seems all good for me.
Someone please help me.
What?
Hello? I need your help.
Wait,
This could be serious.
why is she panicking? Is it just because of that guy that's puking? I guess.
Now. It's for your own safety.
Will do.
Oh no, she saw the cops in here.
Over. Here at my 5. Advise.
Oh, free the sky. Well, free the sky. Thank you. Oh, so that guy didn't go to the bathroom. He just went to a dumpster trash can.
Payday next week.
Oh no, he is in the bathroom.
Command is dropping the ball like. Hey!
Perfect.
Oh.
Syndicate member eliminated. Well done, 47.
I have 2 left. One guy is the one outside, and the other one is the tech guy.
Tight security, man. Good to know.
Wait, I can just sneak behind this guy if I remember correct. Yup. Smooth. No, we casually stab this guy with the syringe, and then I don't know. Not really sure what the last one is.
This will surely be a
He's
blow
outside
to the
somewhere, but I don't know where outside. Guess we're gonna find out. I think he's in the garden. Yep. Yours. Yeah, we could just blast this guy. Make targets slip. I don't have a banana, unfortunately. But he's right there. I don't know. I don't want to risk shooting through the gate. Oh yeah. Watching my own stream, it doesn't seem to be skipping. Wait, you can vault this? What the fuck? I had no idea.
Check it out. Will do.
Fish shouldn't do it right next to those guys. Alright, let's see here. Oh my god, are you serious?
Excellent work, 47. You've spread.
Why was he a Terminator 2?
Get back to the safe house. I'll be in touch.
Excuse me. He vanished. Ninja vanish.
On it. I don't see him.
What? Why did he turn around? Panic indeed. Like, come on, man. Why did that guy have to be a Terminator 2?
Place confirmed. We have a murderer here. What the?
Why are they not dying when I shoot them in the head? Why is everyone a Terminator all of a sudden?
How unfortunate. It rather appears that you ran out of luck.
Campaign
Back to the
failed.
drawing board, 47.
Back to the drawing board. Give me a better pistol. Maybe I should just get the sniper rifle and quickscope everyone. Didn't craft enough luck. Didn't use enough luck offering charms. Man, that would have been fine if he didn't fucking tank the bullet to the neck.